Boy,
telling you.
I feel like I lived half the day.
I'm telling
Man,
you. How do we add 2.5 hours on
dude, that's it. That's it. Show still popping, work still done.
Yeah, man.
But somehow.
Look up, and today it caught up on me, but typically I'm like,
Today it caught up.
10:45.
Today it caught up on me because I was clowning. I got the hair taken care of, got the grocery store, all this other stuff. Oh man, it's 11. Grab a little acai bowl from Nugget. I was chilling.
It's been a long time since me have gone up and down the aisles in the grocery store. We have been using that Walmart delivery to no end.
Yeah. I did it yesterday because I did it today because I didn't want to leave it. Like I was like I got to make sure I get it. I got to get oranges for. So we got the Sacramento Splash, and we got the Big Boss of Bel Air. That's the other. So I was like, I need oranges for that. I need lemons, limes. Oh yeah, it's gonna be hot. It's gonna be dope.
The one thing that we don't do is the produce. Oh, somebody ear hustling says or meat. But the little stuff that comes like in a box, oh yeah, that's coming to our doorstep.
Oh Lord, what is happening? What is happening? The show just started. What's happening in here? Is Eric here already? Man.
Oh, there you go, Stephanie. You know what I'm saying? That old Bill Wash, baby. That old Bill Wash.
No. What our man? Oh, that's good. Oh, yeah, TC. We gotta watch the language. Like that's all it is, TC.
TC was cursing somebody out early.
No, he's cussing.
Sack.
He's cussing for effect. Hey, TC, man, hey. I know we drop some bombs once in a while, but hey, man.
Man,
let's have a good Friday, man.
It's Friday, baby. It's Friday. We're gonna have a good time.
We're gonna shout out Kendrick Perkins too, right when the show starts.
Oh, Perk did it again?
No, Perk. You ain't heard? You ain't heard? I got you. I would have missed it if it wasn't for JT. Jesse, the super producer, got us out the gate.
Okay. It's not groceries like your produce and your meat. That doesn't happen there.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
It's stuff like fruit by the foot.
Fam. You got to eliminate. Okay. Not you, Eric. Definitely a different Eric, not you. Let's go, baby. It is Friday. Welcome in here to the December 10th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling. He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
You know what, man? Let's get right out the gate. Let's go, baby. It is Friday. Wait, hey. Don't nobody want to hear. Hey, that's not what I meant. That's not what I meant. Don't nobody want to hear you again. This ain't Drake bars. This ain't Deuce bars.
Wait, no, it's on my Comrex. Hold on.
Casey went to Best Buy.
Oh, okay. No, it's not.
Okay. All right. Settle down. Let's start the show. Let's start game day shouting our man Kendrick Perkins out. Let's listen to Kendrick Perkins this morning. Perk,
people in the country,
talk to him, Perk.
They burn their trash and it stinks when they burn it. I mean, hot garbage. Mm-hmm. That's who the Lakers are right now. And look, I'm tired. I'm tired of coming on television, whether it's First Take, whether it's NBA Today, and I'm tired of talking about the Lakers. You know why? Mm-hmm. Because they don't deserve to be talked about. Because they are not good right now. They haven't earned the right to be talked about. I don't care if they lose or win or whatever the case may be. They are trash.
Yep.
And there's other teams right now, like the Sacramento Kings, who I would rather talk about than the Los Angeles Lakers, who has been playing phenomenal basketball since firing Luke Walton.
Let's go, Perk! Let's go, Perk! Let's go, Kendrick Perkins! Let's go, baby!
Hey, hold on, man. Come on, Perk.
Let's hit it like the Missy. Let's hit it like the Missy Elliott joint and rewind.
Talk about the Los Angeles Lakers, who has been playing phenomenal basketball since firing Luke Walton.
God, Kendrick Perkins right there. Kendrick Perkins right there. I hadn't heard
that. That was the first time hearing that, man. Kendrick Perkins dropping bars, bars on ESPN this morning.
Drake bars, Deuce bars. Now we got Perk bars.
Perk want to talk about them Kings. Phenomenal basketball since Luke Walton has been fired.
Not entirely accurate, but let's go with it.
Let's not dig into the numbers too deep.
Not let the facts get in the way of what Kendrick Perkins had to say. That's a good call there, Bryce. Sacramento legend, Kendrick Perkins.
Yeah. Another good call. Let's send Perk a hoodie.
Hey, we got you. Let's do it. Let's do it. I got the address to ESPN. We get it out there. We'll get Perk. You know what? That earned Perk the core. Oh yeah. We'll send him the core blue.
Oh yeah.
Kendrick Perkins don't want to talk about the Los Angeles Lakers. He wants to talk about the Sacramento Kings.
I don't blame him. I don't blame him, to be honest with you, because I was watching something. Well, it was background noise, but they were doing a little, Lakers lose last night, fall to 500 AC. And it's like, why is this even news? Well, why is this news? We're not sitting here talking about the Denver Nuggets. We're not sitting here talking about the Sacramento Kings. There's plenty of teams in that 6 to 8 spot who's around or at 500. Why do we need a breakdown on what's going on with the Lakers? Please.
You know why? Because the King is there, and they were 42-30. That's actually a little better than I thought they were last year, but I don't know, man.
They were the 7th seed.
They were
in the play-in.
They were. They in fact were. I was just looking at the record. You're right. They were in the play-in. I just wanted to see what their record was. That made me laugh. Jesse told me, like, did you hear what Perk said this morning? And I just was like, oh man, anytime you hear, did you hear what Perk said this morning? You really never know what you're gonna get. I got multiple. Boy, I'm having a rough start to the day. Yeah. There you go. Thank you, Moses Moody.
The underrated part of that clip is when Reese Davis just gets pissed off. It's Moses Moody.
Like, God damn it, Perk. Man. I love that. Who was it? Was it Warriors? Like some Warriors crew made the
Warriors World. Yeah, they killed it. In Warriors World, we had a little beef for years. They don't even know I exist anymore.
Not have beef with.
I don't know. I feel like I made up with everybody but Bobby Gerald.
That's true. That's true. Bobby
Gerald, maybe the best bit of the show is Bobby Gerald listening to the show, tweeting you, texting you, and we talk as soon as like his remark gets read on the air, we talk about how I'm still blocked and he doesn't unblock me.
You must have really pissed him off. I don't know what you did. Like, why do you got to beef with everybody? Like, wipe the slate clean. Like, come on, man, make amends with everybody.
You guys are a trip because
I'm gonna set up a meeting with you and Bobby, and we'll see if we can get Bobby on this live stream, and we just squash.
Bobby won't talk to me.
That's facts. Won't even tag you in a post.
I got to tell everybody for the YouTube and Twitch crowd, and if you're listening on the Odyssey app or on the radio, check in during the break. I got an interesting story that goes kind of towards it. It's nothing major, but you guys might get a little kick out of it.
Joe Decker says, it's a bit? ? Nope. It's not a bit. It's turned into one.
It's absolutely not a bit.
It's turned into one. Bobby don't like Kenny. I don't know what Kenny did. Like Tommy Boy, what'd you do? I don't know. John Bull says, man. I couldn't imagine getting blocked by someone on Twitter. How weird. John Bull's probably got a Hall of Fame list.
I was about to say he's got a who's who of blocked on Twitter. But yeah.
Oh man, it's Friday, baby. Welcome into the show.
Welcome to the show. Friday. We got an early game day, sort of. The Kings playing before the sun goes down today, kind of. They'll play the first half before the sun goes down.
Damn, I'm just happy the sun's out right now. We started the show yesterday and the sun was down. We see nothing. I don't think we've seen the sun all week, but yeah, and we're kind of like a de facto pregame show for you here. We'll get you covered in multiple fronts. Trista is going to be with us. Trista Crick, of course, host of Bet MGM tonight in the Heat Check podcast. We got Kyle Madson coming up at 2:17. It is a 49ers Friday, after all, brought to you by McQueen Pilot Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. As a matter of fact, the whole damn weekend is brought to you by McQueen and the Pilot Fog.
Oh, yeah.
The world, handcrafted in Brazil. So we'll talk to Kyle Madson about the 49ers and the Cincinnati Bengals. And then 3 o'clock all the way up till 4, you got James Ham, baby.
Yes, sir. Hammer time.
I'm fully expecting a text at like 4:01 from James to be like, okay, we're probably not going to be able to. I don't think I could be on the air all the way up until game time, because I think we're going to see James multitasking quite a bit. You know, he puts starting lineups up before games. Like, he does a lot of tweeting in the 30 to 45 minutes before a game. So he's going to be pretty active when he's with us. And
we'll tell him, you don't have to look at us. Just do what you do. You know, kind of. You don't even have to catch everything that we're saying. Just catch the gist of it so you can respond in some type of way.
Yeah, I mean, the truth is, James could not hear a single word we say and could still say something interesting afterwards. And then normally, and I say that almost jokingly, but normally, like, the starting lineup it's a formality usually. It ain't a formality today. We know
what you seeing for that starting lineup then, man.
I assume, I mean, we've got 4 hours. Well, really, we've got like 2 before it gets really, really hectic. But I mean, it would be fun to sit here and start a conversation about Marvin Bagley and whether Marvin Bagley is actually going to start at the 5, which we can do that. But I think it's going to be Alex Lynn. I think Alex Lynn is going to start at the 5. And I think they'll keep Tristan in the rotational role. Obviously, you know, Bagley will get run. But I legitimately did think, would we? There's long been a call to see if Bagley can get at the 5. Like, would Bagley start at the 5 given the way that he's played lately? Because I don't know. I don't think it's Tristan for some reason, as well as he played the other day. I don't think it's him.
I really think, in the grand scheme of things, Marvin Bagley might be a 5 in this league, you know?
Yeah, so, you talked about that.
I wouldn't mind seeing him start in this league. It's such a weird dynamic with Marvin Bagley, right? Because I want to see this team win, and I really don't care how it gets done. And if Marvin Bagley's out here playing well, let's go. You know, play some good basketball, Marvin. And contribute to this team winning. But because we don't know what the future holds, it's almost a situation where we don't, I'll just speak for myself. You can't completely enjoy him playing well because you don't know if this is for your team or it's for somebody else in the league. As soon as January, like, this could be a trade that happens in January. And, you know, a part of me feels like, it's time to just kind of move on from Marvin, because I don't. It's always something, you know what I mean, and that's just frustrating. But I mean, it has nothing to do with wanting him to play well or not. Like, if he plays well here or somewhere else, like, I think it's a great thing if he can turn his career around. But it can't totally get invested because you don't know where he's going to be.
Yeah, I think it's easier. I feel you completely, but I also think with Marvin, it's kind of easier to accept he's gone. Like, he won't be here. So if he contributes for you now, awesome. Just run with it. I mean, this team needs every bit of help that it can get. And if Marvin can help, whether it's as a reserve 4, a starting 5, a starting 4, whatever the case may be, I'll take it. I'll go with it. I'm with you. I hope my man does well. I hope he finds happiness wherever his next place is. I hope his whole crew finds happiness. I hope they can fire off tweets that say, "See, we told you so." Like, yeah, cool. But he's here right now. He's playing pretty well right now. He seems to be completely bought in. As we pointed out on a number of occasions, his teammates seem to love him. They seem to be cheering on his success. Why not continue to run with it? There's a unique circumstance where Richaun Holmes isn't going to play tonight. I'm not looking past tonight's game. We heard Perk talk about, let's talk about the Sacramento Kings. To me, instantly, that means, cool, we're going to lose by 40 tonight. Great. We've got...
And they're talking about now P.J. Washington, our guy, P.J. Washington, maybe is doubtful now.
Jeez. Do they have enough players to play? Is the game just going to get canceled?
They won't have enough players to play, and we'll still be like, I don't know.
Man, that forfeit's making a fourth quarter comeback. Like, Buddy's chucking up logo shots, and that forfeit is the lead's down to 9. Yeah, you're right. But that's. But see, Perk doesn't know that.
Yeah,
Perk just. Oh, they fired Luke. What's Alvin's one? What is it?
5 of 8.
5 of 8. Okay. All right.
What did he say? Phenomenal basketball?
He said phenomenal basketball. He said the Sacramento Kings. That's right. That's what he said. Talk to him, Perk. You know what it is, baby. Kendrick Perkins.
And I'm tired of talking about the Lakers. You know why? Because they don't deserve to be talked about.
That's right.
Because they are not good right now.
They are
haven't
not
earned the right to be talked about. I don't care if they lose or win or whatever the case may be.
Preach.
They are trash.
Yep.
And there's other teams right now, like the Sacramento Kings, who I would rather talk about than the Los Angeles Lakers, who has been playing phenomenal basketball since fine Luke Walton.
Then you know what, Perk? You talk about the Sacramento Kings. We will too. When you and KC return here on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. We're live on the Odyssey app. We're live on 1320 AM. It's 49ers Friday. Brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. Steelo and KC here on ESPN 1320.
Yeah. So first and foremost, for other people earlier, including Damian, who scoffed at buying fruit by the foot. Number one, you guys forget I live with a 9-year-old. So there's that.
Facts. That's facts.
Number two, I don't need any of that stuff right now because I just don't like fooling with the braces. I don't want to take a chance. Don't want it to come off.
Yeah.
I don't think I'd eat fruit. Well, I mean, like if I was at a kid's birthday party and they had a fruit by the foot, yeah, I would eat it. But I'm not really big into that stuff. Gushers, on the other hand, I do love Gushers. Gushers are good. Gushers are almost
those things like in a
no, it's like a
pop?
Yeah. It's got the juicy middle.
Yeah.
Now those are much like sodas, right? I don't buy them because if I do, I'll eat the whole box in a day. So I don't even buy Gushers. So yeah, there's that. But here's a little quick story. So this guy that I used to work with, who owned the gym I used to work with in in LA, he was like this kind of like middle-aged white guy, just real chill, and didn't really say much, really mild-mannered. And we would somehow, some way, he would just piss off to no end everybody that would come in contact trying to do business with the gym. Like there were guys like Nike people. It's like this place was Nike was trying to buy into it. Under Armour, Adidas, all the shoe companies were trying to like have it as their facility. But he owned it or he ran it. And I would meet these guys because they would come in at the front. I was working the front desk. They come in, I talk to them, you have a relationship with them. They were really cool people. And every time, I'm not lying to you, like all the big shoe people that would come to him, they would have a good relationship with us and with him to start. And by the end, they'd be like, oh, fuck no, I'm never talking to Jeff again. He better not say a word to me, I swear. And Jeff was the quietest, chillest guy. And it would always be like, what is he saying to these people? They all had the same reaction. Like, nah, I don't fool with Jeff. Like, it might be on site. Like if I see him, like,
they were
really mad.
Oh my!
And I'd be like, "What is Jeff of all people?" Like he didn't seem like a hothead at all, and he was quiet. What is he saying to these people? And that's what reminds me of when we talk about all these people that block me on Twitter. It's like, what is I see Kenny every day. What is he saying to these people?
But what did Jeff say?
We never knew.
Oh, I thought that was the payoff.
We don't know.
Man,
people were just like we don't know what else said to Bobby.
Oh, that's true.
And all of a sudden he just I don't fool with Kenny.
Bobby don't fool with Kenny Caraway, man. I don't know what it is.
I don't know what Jeff was saying. Jeff is cool to this day. And I don't know what he's saying where it was like to the point of no return where these people are like, nah, we just can't.
When you start dropping things like it might be on site.
I heard that one time, like, yo, if I see Jeff, it's a problem on site.
Man.
It's like, first of all, I was like, Nike guy, come back. I'll do the deal. Don't worry work with me. Don't work with Jeff. Don't leave, Nike. Don't leave.
No, baby. No, baby. No, baby. We got Ben's. We sure did. And he just, he's seen it. He's heard it. He knows. He ain't about it. He ain't about it. We got Ben's two favorite things on Luke Belair and San Francisco 49ers, yes, baby.
Ben, how you feeling about the Niners this weekend, man? Oof.
Eric.
What is Eric talking about?
Man. About to institute a no PPE policy.
Oh, gosh. Really? How do you spell Bobby's last name?
J or G, sorry. E.
O-U?
R-O-U-L-D. Still blocked?
I went to check. Yeah, still.
Kenny can't catch a break, man.
Oh, man.
It's a 49ers Friday with D'Lo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. We'll talk 49er football when our man Kyle Matson joins us coming up at around 2:20 or so. Trista Crick will be with us at 2 o'clock. Then James Ham will be with us at 3 o'clock, and we will take you all the way till game time as the Sacramento Kings take on the Charlotte Hornets coming up today at 4 o'clock. Lots of members of the Charlotte Hornets are going to be missing this game 5 due to COVID protocols, or excuse me, health and safety protocols. And now PJ Washington is doubtful as well. Obviously, we're going till 4 o'clock. We'll have an update before we get off the air. But we've been talking about, we ain't got to worry about their issues. We've got our own issues to worry about, and that's Richaun Holmes being out. Not just tonight, size-wise. We're all concerned. We did post a question, by the way, over on youtube.com /ESPN 1320. We asked you how you are feeling about the upcoming road trip. And the options were, do you have expectations for the Kings road trip? Yes, 3-0. Yes, 2-1. And Child Please. Child Please is running away with it, 46%. With yes, 2-1, bringing in 35%. And yes, 3-0, getting 18% of the vote here 20 minutes into the show. I'm very much. I don't know if I can cast a vote. I don't think that I can. But if I could, it would very much be in the Child Please category.
The Child Please, you just don't even care or want to know about nothing.
Like, don't put expectations on anything the Kings do. Like, Child Please. No.
I have a question.
Don't do it. I ain't gonna let you do it. I ain't gonna let you put expectations on this team.
I'm not gonna put expectations, but I have a question.
Okay, I got an answer.
So we talk about this often, ever since that catastrophe that was the Lakers game, the one that changed the fortunes of this franchise and now has them on a trajectory to win 5 or to get to 5 NBA finals.
That's right.
But we talk about how this team, you just can't trust them. You're not going to feel good about them. we also got to be a little honest with ourselves. Now, we'd be guarded, but if this team went 2-1, 3-0 on this road trip, I think a lot of those people that said, I'm just never going to trust them, I think they'd be lying to themselves. They would be like, all right, I see you guys working.
You're right.
If they went 3-0, that'd be pretty good.
Oh, it'd be very good because Toronto, if I'm not mistaken, did Toronto beat the crap out of the Kings?
Yeah.
Earlier this year?
They beat them so bad, I didn't even watch the second half, and I was at the game.
Oh, my. Okay. Well, hey, there you go. I think I know I'm a broken record with this, so forgive me. That Cleveland game tomorrow is going to be tough.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're going to be the game tonight and the game tomorrow are going to be very, very different. Two very different styles of play. Again, I'm trying not to think too much about the guys who are missing tonight. Charlotte is smaller. They're quicker. They're going to try to get up and down the court. They're going to try to do all of those things. They're going to try to run the Kings out of the gym. Cleveland's got very capable scorers. You're going to have to play defense against Cleveland because if you don't, they're the team that's going to be putting up 140. And if you're not shooting 52 to 53, maybe even as high as 56%, which they did, I think, in the first Clippers game, you losing.
Mm-hmm.
You losing. They're going to out-rebound you. They're going to outwork you. They're going to score in the paint. They're going to do all those things.
Yeah.
The two very different games coming up. So 3-0 would be phenomenal. Obviously, it'd be phenomenal. But I'm also I've got little Morgan Reagan sitting on my shoulder. You know, like you have the angel and the devil sitting on your shoulder telling you the good. I got Morgan Reagan sitting on my shoulder saying, "Hey,
the devil here. Come on now, what's going on?
Come on,
okay,
man.
I'm just making sure.
You already know."
Because you said you started by saying you had the little Morgan Reagan on here.
Yeah, she's like talking in my ear, like, yeah. But what kind of win was it? Like she was saying yesterday, because that's what she was talking about yesterday. And I get it. Like if they okay, for example, I don't think there's a scenario where they come out with a win tomorrow or Monday where you feel like, oh, that was ugly. Like, because I think Toronto's whatever. Cleveland's better than they are. Cleveland's better than the Kings, whether we like it or not, whether that's hard for us to believe, whatever it may be. Right now, Cleveland is a better team than the Sacramento Kings are. If Harrison Barnes hits a shot at the buzzer to beat this version of the Charlotte Hornets tonight, 148 to 147, are we like, yo, let's go? Are we like, oh, all right, on to Cleveland? Like,
well,
cool.
with that scenario though, or just because it's starting to seem like there's nothing, they're in 49ers territory. There's nothing the Kings can do tonight to make people feel good.
Yeah, no, I disagree. I think if they come out and play this Charlotte team similar to the way they played Detroit, Orlando,
what is everybody going to say?
It was a depleted, but that's okay. But that's okay because that's what you're supposed to. That's what you're supposed to do. It's okay.
I agree, but I also think 148, 147 on a buzzer beater is okay too.
I mean, it's better than the alternative. It's better than, let's rephrase happy and sad with like, is there anything to take away from it? The takeaways in the Harrison Barnes buzzer beater are this team has so many flaws defensively. They're getting beat by the Charlotte Hornets G League team. And I don't know if the Charlotte Hornets have a G League team or not.
I think they do. But
they're getting beat by them. Like they're getting 140 points put up on them after giving up 130 to the Orlando Magic. So you're probably walking away with, all right, cool, they got the win. You're probably walking away with more negative takeaways. Yeah. Or you could have scenarios where you're up 20 and the lead disappears. And then you have Kings wind up winning by 2. Or whatever. Maybe without even Harrison Barnes heroics. They just wind up hitting, free throw game, whatever it might be, they win by 4. Walking away from that, like, all right. So we come back on Monday, say they lose to Cleveland. They're 1-1. I don't think anybody's in that scenario. I don't think anybody's feeling good about that.
I understand what you're saying. I do. I get it. And I think you'll agree with what I'm about to say is Like, I don't care how they win.
Take the
like
win.
the Kings. The Kings can bad win their way into the postseason.
True story.
And we wouldn't care. Like, people would be like, they just win a bunch of bad games. Like every game they win is ugly, and every loss is a blowout. And people be like, well, that's not gonna get it done in the playoffs. So,
well, you're right. You're right. We could do that, but like once we get to, it doesn't matter once you get there, because I think the concern right now is if these negative scenarios play out the way that we're talking about, people are going to feel, we're not going to get there. We're going to fall short again. Portland's going to get there. Portland is on fire right now.
It is.
They're going to get there. Like, we're going to.
They just walked into that house with a pizza.
Big Zion is going to come back and lead the Pelican. We're not going to be able to like really believe that this team is going to do it. Like, once we get to the final week of the season, it doesn't matter how you get there, just get there. I think with so much time left in the season, we're trying to figure out who this team is, and we have no idea. And that's what we want to see or at least that's what I hope to see, is them start to. It's great they got 3 wins in a row, but okay, what are we building towards? Are we just going out there? Is it literally let's just win the game. Let's not worry about what our identity is. Let's not worry about building something. Let's just go win. Is it that, or is it like, yo, let's start imposing our will offensively, defensively. Let's be an inside out team. Let's use De'Aaron's penetration. I don't know, rely on Terrence Davis's shooting, Tyrese Haliburton's mid-range game, Richaun Holmes' putbacks. I don't know what
I mean, in a perfect world, I'd say let's rely on our defense, right? Let's go out there. But that also goes to what I mentioned a couple weeks ago. Like, just I wouldn't be mad at just win. However the game calls for that night,
just win, baby.
Just win, baby. It's not my slogan.
I was going to say,
my slogan, but it is what it is.
I just wanted to get the dude in the 49er sweater to repeat the Raider.
It's a hell of a slogan, man. I'm not a hater.
No,
I'm not a hater. That's a hell of a slogan. Just win, baby. But yeah, like whatever the game calls for that night, almost Belichickian, Mac Jones, like whatever the game calls for that night. If we got to turn up the offense, let's turn up the offense. If it's a rock fight, then it's a rock fight. Just make sure at the end of the rock fight, you're the one with the W.
Yeah.
That's it. And I do kind of believe that, like, that mentality will almost Jedi mind trick you into forming an identity and playing a little tougher. Like, I'd love for them to have an identity where it's like, we're always going to play defense, but it's more important that they have a identity to me that we're just always going to compete, whatever competing looks like on that night. Super offensive, super defensive, whatever. We're gonna compete.
Well, winning, I mean, we talk about cliches. We're dropping catchphrases. Winning does fix everything. Yeah. In like you talk about Jedi mind trick. What was the clip yesterday from Tyrese that we were playing?
Yeah, for sure. You know what time it is. It's winning time, man.
All of a sudden, Tyrese is talking about, oh, you know what it is? You know what time it is? It's winning time. Yo, where's this dude been?
Yeah, for sure. You know what time it is. It's winning time, man.
Low-key.
I feel like last season.
Low-key need that on a shirt. I gotta like that.
It's winning time?
It only works if they're actually winning games, but get a picture of Tyrese with like a smile and then quote, you know what it is? It's winning time.
And that's the good news.
Did he drop a baby in there? Did he say, you know what it is, baby? Did he say that?
For sure. You know what time it is. It's winning time, man.
He ain't there yet, though. We need 4 wins in a row before he drops it. You know what it is, baby. Oh, now it's winning time. Let's go. Pretty soon.
That's exactly how he needs to say it.
Yo, Tyrese is 3 wins away from going to the podium in sunglasses and a fur coat. Like he's 3 wins away from showing up like Magic Johnson, your boy, back in the Showtime Lakers in the 80s. Like that's we're knocking on the door of superstar Tyrese busting out with lines like that.
But I mean, that's almost the mentality. It's winning time. No, like in the fourth quarter, I don't really know how we got here, whether it's 101, 103 going into the fourth quarter or 74, 73. I don't know how we got here, but you know what it is. It's winning time.
Yeah, for sure. You know what time it is. It's winning time, man.
We're keeping that. We're keeping that. That's living on the board. That's living on the board.
Yeah. And just, matter of fact, I might have to come after every Kings win.
It's okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm with it.
Got to get Tyrese talking to us after every Kings win. Yeah.
Drake bars and winning time.
Yeah,
I like it. I like it. Drake
man.
bars sweeping the nation. Can't front. You talked about the It's Winning Time shirt. Sales for the Drake Flow shirt have kind of exploded.
Ooh.
Now, context is important because you ever read them notes where it says, like, I don't know, Colin Kaepernick's jersey is sold 1,000% more. Well, it's like, yeah, because he sold one like last quarter, and then this year, Colin in black and white came out. So context is important. When I say Drake Flow shirts are just exploding, we for the longest had sold 2. So
sales are up 500%.
We might be flirting with double-digit Drake Flow.
Let's go, Air Horse.
Might be. Sales are up 4,000% over at DeLoandKC.com. Ever since they started winning, people want to rock the Drake Flow shirt. It's tough to explain. Like if you go out there with the Drake Flow shirt, yo, what's that? Oh, it's this bit on D-Lo and KC. Kenny raps after the Kings win. It just doesn't happen that often. But now that they win in games, it's like, yo, my man KC, Kings win. He drops a flow. Deuce jumps on. He drops a flow. We're probably 2 wins away from Matt George dropping a rhyme. Bam. If we get James Ham to rap before the season is over, I'll say we've done our jobs. We can go.
James Ham, even if he doesn't rap, what if he's like the Justin Timberlake to my Jay-Z? You know, you take the hair right off my back.
He likes Justin. Yeah. He likes JT. We would do that. I told you my goal was to get James to a game in joggers and sneakers before the
season. Hell yeah.
I mean, because he could do that with the, he does the V-neck with the tie underneath. I've rocked that. Look, on many occasions, you just rock some joggers, some Jordans there. You'd be good to go.
Do you want him to show the Achilles too? You want him to show ankle?
I know joggers technically are the pants that taper and have the elastic at the bottom, but to me, they're only true joggers if you're showing the Achilles. At least you got to see skin. You got to show ankle cleavage. If you don't show ankle cleavage, you ain't doing nothing.
Show Achilles, because I kind of flip it. I have my joggers, but I do the. I don't know if it's. I don't want to call it the cool kids or the new thing, but where. I bring the socks over the jogger. That's my bag right
there. The jogger jurisdiction will allow
it. Now they just wear high rise, like shorter sweats joggers, and you just have socks.
Well, that's
like they're flooding.
Well, no, you don't do the socks though. You rock the Matt Barnes look. You rock the no shows. Like Matt rocks the shorts, the short trouser pants with the
Achilles. But now you're showing Achilles.
But that's the way to do it. But they're not joggers. They're just shorter, like the European cut style. I think who's the first person? Was it Omri? I can't remember who. The first player I saw, I was like. I think Omri changed me. I saw him on the side. I was like, oh, that's kind of hot. Okay.
I'm not even gonna lie. And it was such a bad look for him. It didn't look good at all.
Really?
No, not Caspi. I'm about to say the first person off the top of my head that I can remember rocking that, at least in NBA circles, was remember when D Wade came to like a post game and he had like a brown suit.
Yes,
brown pants with his brown skin.
Yep,
and it did not look good. Yep. I didn't like it, at least.
Yeah,
but that was the first time I was like, he ain't got no socks on, and those pants are flooding. I don't know about that, D Wade. And little do we know.
I saw
crazy.
D Wade, and I remember not being moved by D Wade. I saw Omri, and then I saw Cam, and I was like, "That's it. This is what we doing. This is."
Cam was wearing a romper one summer.
Yeah, that wasn't going to be me. I wasn't going to do that one. There's a lot that Cam does that I can't do, or
There's
wouldn't
a
do.
lot. There's a lot that Cam does that I would do. I wouldn't do the romper though.
Yeah,
that's where I draw the line.
I feel like I know how I could pull it off, but I don't think because I don't think I can go with the top to, like, there has to be a breakup somewhere.
Oh boy, had no breakup.
No, he was
and
just
no socks.
just he had the short romper too, didn't he?
Oh yeah, the thighs were out. The thighs were definitely out.
Man.
Yeah, didn't skip leg day because thighs were out.
Well, I mean, true story though. If I had legs like Cam, those would be the length of my shorts as well. I'd rock the Tyrese Haliburtons all day. Like I would if I had those.
I can't front on that, and I don't have the legs that Cam does. But the shorts are short.
You're still thigh guy summer. Yeah,
the shorts are short for sure. It gets popping. But I don't know how we got on here, but I was about to say something. Dang, I forgot what I was going to say.
About Tyrese flossing?
Yeah, for sure. You know what time it is.
Oh no, but it was. So we need that on a shirt. Yep. 209 Dave Garcia. Also, okay, Drake Fo's popping. It's popping. The sales are up 5,000% for sure.
Yep.
But man, Dave Garcia, if we could just, give the people, because maybe some people just don't want the purple and gold. Because like Perk said, they're trash. Nobody wants that. Maybe just somehow, some way, just the hashtag Drake bars, because I think that was trending in Sacramento on Wednesday night. Hashtag Drake bars was trending.
Okay. Well, let's get to work on that. Merchandise ideas for Dave Garcia, 209, the sponsor of Drake Flow. Yeah. I feel like there's more to talk about as it pertains to Tyrese Haliburton. It's something that you've talked about. Like it started. It was just a single like post game conversation. I don't remember if it was the Clippers game, the first Clippers game, or what it was, but it was a conversation. And then like we had the same exact conversation after the next game and the next game, and it's not a minimal conversation about his contributions to the box score. But I feel like you've said I don't know if it's just during the 3 wins or just if it's over a recent stretch. I feel like you have started to talk a lot about the word you always use is imprint. This game had Tyrese's imprint all over it. Like we saw what De'Aaron did. We saw what we go back to last game. What TT did. We did what Terrence Davis has been doing. All of these different guys, and you trace different plays, different moves, different segments, segues in the game back to Tyrese Haliburton. And again, I feel like this.
Yeah, for sure. You know what time it is.
As much as we're joking about this, like I feel like Tyrese feels the same way. Like he's walking in there like, yeah, like these guys, it feels like these guys they're not just winning, like their confidence is going up. And I know we've seen that a time or two over the last, couple of years where they win a couple of games and you feel like their confidence is going up. I think there have been times where they've won games and then nothing, it doesn't feel like anything has changed. It feels like they're getting into no pun intended to the Drake flow. They're getting in a flow as a team. And it feels like Tyrese might be emerging as a leader of this team right now.
I kind of feel that way. And he is putting his imprint on games and his fingerprints all over the games. And it's with his play, but it's just his energy as well. Like he is, it's weird to say that he's moving faster out there because I don't know if that's the case, but it just seems like it's always with the purpose. It's always like he might have picked up his level of energy to the game, but he is moving forcefully with purpose every time he does it. And the thing that I like about it, I know this doesn't necessarily win games or affect if the ball goes in or not, but I mean, he's out there talking. He's talking about he is the confident one. Like TT dunks on somebody's head, Tyrese is yelling and talking to the crowd and talking to the other team and talking to nobody in particular and everything like that. He's the one getting the crowd hype. He's the one talking mess, leaving the follow through up on the jump shot, things of that nature. So he's like the only one that does that. And I kind of feel like he recognized that that's kind of what this team was missing. And, you know, he does it naturally, but he doesn't necessarily have to be the ringleader. But he looked around and he's like, we don't have this. Maybe I got to turn it up. Mm-hmm. And he's answered the bell on that one.
I want to talk more, if you're down, about Tyrese Haliburton and
down to talk about Tyrese.
This stretch and all of that stuff. And we'll talk about the game as well. And something I noticed watching the Lakers and the Grizzlies last night, and then something I saw this morning regarding the Memphis Grizzlies. It really is a stunning stat to see. So we'll dive into all of this as D'Lo and Casey continue here on this 49ers Friday. We're going to talk 49ers football as well as the day continues. It's brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. It's D'Lo and Casey here on ESPN 1320.
Yo.
Let's fall back on the Cam stuff. We ain't gonna do that with Cam or anybody. That ain't what we do here. So let's fall back on that stuff right there.
I hadn't seen that, but yeah, fall back on all that.
And Dave's listening. Dave Garcia is listening.
Hey, Ramsey, you're my guy. Ramsey really is my guy. But come on, man. We can't be rocking those straight leg sweatpants, bro.
Ramsey. Ramsey, sit this one out.
Straight leg sweatpants.
Sit this one out, Brody.
Zero elastic.
Ramsey has said some bullshit in the chat before. That one right there.
The worst.
Almighty. Ramsey, that's the first thing I look for. Yo, there you go. I'll even look at one that elastic ain't strong enough, man. Get this out of here. Get this out of here. I ain't wearing that.
Yeah, man, that's gonna slide down my chin. I can't have that.
Walking around in some sweatpants I'm gonna step on. Get out of here. What's wrong with you?
Ramsey, come on, man.
Oh, no.
We can't do that. Zero in all caps, too.
I got a great, like, I see this, I got a great Nike warm-up that looks like an old school Adidas joint, but it has the pants are like that. I can't wear them. What am I gonna do with these?
Wearing them rock sweat.
Oh man, Young Cove, you would be. Get out of here with that. Get out of here with that. Come on, man. I ain't had a pair of pants see my ankles in at least a year and a half. Oh yeah, we could switch up the poll on the YouTube chat. What do we do? Joggers or straight leg?
Straight leg. We mean sweats, by the way, not even jeans, not even straight leg jeans. Sweats.
Ramsey going into the store like, hey, y'all got any of them relaxed fit sweats? Yeah, y'all got any boot cut sweats? Y'all got any of them good boot cut sweats?
Nah, Ramsey, we can't do that, man. We gotta fix Ramsey's. We can't have Ramsey walking around in pajama pants. No, Ramsey, we gonna bring back the joggers, just for you. Get you some joggers. We're gonna get them to you.
It'll take a month and a half to get to you, but we'll put them back up.
Oh, by the way, shout out Miss P. I got my socks on today.
Yeah, I don't have any. I didn't get
any.
I
ain't seen you.
I don't know. Miss P says she sent me something. That's all right. I got something for you too that Rich sent you. We'll exchange other people's gifts. Is Dr. David in here? I haven't seen Dr. David today. Is he
I don't
in
think
here?
I've seen him either.
Because I don't think Dr. David's.
Oh, Tony Edwards, stop. What is this? There's a whole little tribe of straight leg sweats people.
Straight leg.
We see him Punk, straight edge, straight leg crew.
Oh man.
Ankles breathing good. Stop it. That is funny. Oh, when we come back, because I want to say this for the radio. When we come back, you'll never believe who I saw last night.
Oh my. In person?
No, on TV.
Okay.
I watched them play. You'll never believe it.
Oh my.
I'm either going to give you a guess. Yeah, I'll give you a guess.
Man, jeez.
Hey.
Absolutely. Yo, it's a wild Friday, man. I can't believe there are grown-ups who wear straight leg sweats, man. It's just there's a wild conversation there during that commercial break.
Straight leg sweats. Come on, man.
You can download the Odyssey app right now. Discover hundreds of new exclusive music stations available now for sports and music fans by sports and music fans. The new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app are brought to you in part by Macy's, Geico, and Coke Zero Sugar. Shout out to our man Ricky Rose, Rick Ross.
Yeah,
dropped his new album, Richer Than I Ever Been, this morning. You'll hear some of our conversation with Rick Ross coming up here next hour. Just the stuff that pertains to the album. We're not going to run the whole thing back, especially since he was talking to us in the cathedral of his hallway with the volume turned up super high on his computer. So we'll run that back. Answers only from Rick Ross. Clean answers only. Indeed. And did you get a chance to listen? Did you listen last night or this morning?
I listened to about the first 4 or 5 tracks. I mean, I was talking to my cousin earlier today, and it's just, I mean, it's Rose. He may be one of the most consistent artists of all time. Mm-hmm. When you hear an album from him, it's either at the very least hot or a classic. Yeah. And so far in this album, nothing's changed. I mean, the bars are there, the vibe is there. Come on, man.
Man, he like his sound changed a little bit. He said this to us when he was with us. Was it last month? When him and Brett were with us, he was talking about, sonically, this is going to have a sound to it. And it does. Mm-hmm. It's got a vibe. It's got a vibe, man. But you'll hear some of what Rick Ross had to say. Make sure you check out the album, Richer Than I Ever Been, wherever you cop your music from. Yeah. Busy day. Trista Crick's going to join us at the top of the 2:00 hour. Kyle Matson, 2:17. James Ham is going to be with us at 3:00. Take you all the way until game time as the Sacramento Kings take on the Charlotte Hornets in Charlotte. First of a 3-game road trip starting tonight, back-to-back. Tonight, tomorrow, they're in Cleveland. And then Monday, they'll be taking on the Toronto Raptors. We were talking about Tyrese Haliburton. Oh, wait, you hit us with something right before the break, right before the break, right before we came back on the radio.
Yeah.
And you said you saw you were watching someone. I'll never guess who you were watching last night.
Who I watched last night. I'm gonna give you a little bit of a hint. Let's see. They're retired.
Okay.
A retired baseball player.
You were watching a retired baseball player do what?
Play his game, play his sport.
I have no idea.
Pat Mahomes. I saw Pat Mahomes yesterday. He played for the Mets. He was the starting pitcher in like the 99 NLCS. And I just happened to turn I saw it on the guide. I was like, oh, let me see what game that is. Because I actually thought it might have been the Robin Ventura walk-off grand slam home run. And I wasn't going to watch the game. I was just like, let me just see where it's at. And black dude on the mound. I was like, oh, who's this guy? And then the guy goes, strike from Mahomes. I was like, no way. no. And then the guy goes, yeah, Pat Mahomes is sailing through the second inning or whatever the case may be.
I have a lot of questions. I'm going to narrow it down here to how on earth was I ever going to guess that?
I told you wouldn't.
Okay. And two, explain to me again, what was the thought process on clicking on a game with the 99 Mets?
Well, let's see what was going on in it. Well, at the time, because this was around the time the football game was on, and I had given up on the football game. Like it was after the first, it was like around halftime. It's 23-0. I was like, I'm not coming back to that. Crazy enough, like it was almost this all-time comeback that I found out later. But there was nothing really on. I think the Grizzlies-Lakers game had ended. There was nothing really on, and I had turned on the TV. Actually, it was later than that. It was probably around 8 or 9 o'clock. And I turned on the TV, and I just was going through the guide, seeing what was on, and I saw 99 Mets Braves in LCS. And it was game 6, and I was pretty sure Robert Ventura's home run wasn't in game 6, but I don't know if you're familiar with it. It is a classic Major League Baseball moment where Robert Ventura hits a game-winning grand slam in the NLCS, but his teammates don't let him finish the lap around the bases. So technically it's not a grand slam. Like he hits it out and they just mob him in between first and second base. And he's trying to be like, move, let me run. And they don't let him run. So it's not really a grand slam, but it was a great moment. Like I'm a sucker for great moments. Shea Stadium went crazy or whatever. So I thought it was that game. So I clicked on it. It wasn't. And as soon as I click on it, I was struck by this black guy that I didn't recognize on the mound. I was like, I don't know who that was for the Mets.
I don't remember that
black
baseball players.
I was like, no, I remember this guy. And then sure enough, like he throws the ball and it's like a strike from Mahomes. So then they had me hooked for 5 minutes. I was like, no, that's not the Mahomes. And sure enough, I waited till he struck somebody out and they're like, strikeout by Pat Mahomes. I was like, what?
That's funny.
That's crazy.
I don't think, I wouldn't have guessed that. Good call there, partner. I wouldn't have guessed that at all.
I was like, I had to tell Damien this. He might not care, but I got to tell him.
Hey, I like knowing what I like to know that you indeed do spend time watching useless stuff as much as I think you do.
Mm-hmm.
So
you should have saw some of the
Jazz always tells me, and I'm like, it can't be that bad. Thank you for confirming. It is in fact that bad.
I was definitely watching some high school basketball last night. Still trying to get caught up on the LeBron James Classic.
It's better than what I was watching.
Well,
I had that damn football game on the TV. Every time I looked up, Dalvin Cook was running into the end zone. They was running the score up. I left the TV on. I was zoned out, and then I looked up, and it was like the Steelers had the ball, like a score down. I'm like, yo, what the hell? And watch that final drive play out before, trying to scan back and figure out how did they get back into play here.
Yeah, I completely tapped out at halftime when I think they went up 23-0.
And then it went to 20, and then it went to 29-0.
Yeah, I was done. And then little did I know they came back. But I watched the first game of the LeBron James Classic. Still got to see the Sierra Canyon St. Vincent St. Mary game. And then I even watched a little, ESPN Plus is just insane. I ended up watching some Stockton Kings basketball. And Nehemiah's Keita, I know people have been excited
last
about
night?
him.
Was that a replay?
No, it's an old game. I think it was the game Lou King hit the game winner.
Oh, okay. Because I think they play tonight. Stockton
I'm going to check them out. Yeah. And from what I saw, I didn't see the whole game. Keita, who I like. Mm-hmm. Anybody clamoring to see Keita up here, just calm down. Azubuike from Salt Lake City just destroyed him. And what I saw, like he was no match. And that's okay. He's in the G League. He's working on his game. I'm just saying, I watched it. It's like, I don't know, maybe do some more. I've seen more high moments from him. But
we probably just let him develop. We won't know for another 2 months because it's tough to get those. We'll have Rick Ross on, as you noted, before we have Deuce and Mo back on. But we'll make a mental note. I'll write
Woodard. I'll put Bob Woodard.
It's the only place you're gonna see Bob. Yeah. God bless him. God
Jemias
bless.
was looking okay though. Yeah, I like Jemias.
Okay, well, all right. John Hollinger, we see you. Good call.
Oh,
Jemias was popping.
Jemias
was popping.
And that now this is where it gets real random because I had some computer work to do. Turned the TV on for background noise and ended up getting stuck in this like from 12 to 1 a.m. before I fell asleep. I end up watching Knocked Up. Not a bad movie.
No, that's funny.
Not a bad
It's
movie
funny.
at all.
It's silly, but it's funny.
Yeah. Not a bad movie. I had seen some of it before, but I watched more.
You just listed like 40 things and didn't mention Kanye and Drake. You didn't watch any of that?
Nah, because the Queen Bee fell asleep. I don't want to. She might want to see it. So
yeah, everybody fell asleep before those two went to the stage.
I was following along that it was an ordeal to get
I love
them on
these
the stage.
dudes had this big like ego fest and tried to pass it off as if they're doing something like positive. Get your asses out of here.
Somebody
and it's not.
said,
I don't think I can look at anything Kanye West does as genuine at all.
Nah, I just because there's some things that he does that I'm like, all right, this could be a good move, but he just like he doesn't do it. Like when he had the gospel choir behind him, like I was like, all right, he's trying to change some things, and then he just doesn't do that anymore. Because you're not trying to change.
He performed on like a big canvas pad. It was just like there was no. It was at like the 50-yard line, and there was no one in either of the end zones, like no fans, and it was just they came walking down. Probably took them 45 minutes to get to the stage. Once you could see them because they had to walk so damn far. They needed to have those old carts like they had at WrestleMania 3 to take the guys to the stage. But man, like I'm looking at some of it like, dude, what is this? Like, what is this? And then I saw, some of our people over at KSFM. Big Mike was there. He was hanging out with Mike Tyson, and I saw Mia. I'll never forget this show.
Mia was in the building.
I don't. No. I think Mia was watching it.
Oh, okay.
And she was like, "I'll never forget this concert." Like, like in a good way or a bad way? Because that nonsense I saw last night was very forgettable.
I think Kanye just irritates you.
He does.
Because I haven't seen it. And
God almighty, that dude.
I'm looking at them walking in from the top of the Coliseum.
You're gonna be watching.
I mean, it is kind of epic to see that.
You're going to be watching them walk to the stage for the next 45 minutes. Like Trista's going to be here by the time they finish that walk. Like, think about it. Like, think about a wrestler's entrance. When they come out in their first scene, you got the big pop, right? Everybody's going crazy. And then they get to the ring quick enough so the pop is still there. Then they're getting on the ropes. You hit the four corners. That corner gets loud. That corner gets loud. Once you come down, once you're seen, you get the big pop. Everybody goes crazy. It's Kanye and Drake. At what point are you like, damn, we all just get to the stage and start rapping or singing? I'm not going to cheer like for the next 25 minutes just so you can like take your time. Y'all ain't Michael Jackson.
I also think the cause irritates you as well, understandably so.
Let's not do that. Let's not do it because I'll launch into I launched into my tirade on the phone.
Yeah,
I'll just leave it at that.
They could have just done a concert.
You just muddying the waters for people who are trying to do stuff, man. That's and I'll leave it at that.
They're still walking, by the way.
Go ahead. You want we sit here in silence. You know how many alarms will go off if we just sat here until those two got to the stage?
Minute 45 before Kanye goes up this hill.
The hill, which is the stage.
Yeah.
You're listening.
I'll probably watch it this weekend. Come on, I already did his old stuff, so
he did.
He did. I got to check it out.
You're listening to D-Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM, West Sacramento and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. I paused. Was that his first show since the Golden One Center?
Depends on what you call those listening parties.
He didn't do a concert at those listening parties. He stood there.
And then he got
and then he elevated.
He
ascended to heaven because he
thinks
he's God. I don't think he's done a show since the Golden One Center.
Wow. Huh.
We'll look into it.
Wow.
Jesse, research it. I don't know. It just dawned on me. Like when I'm trying to think of the last time we saw him perform, and I don't know. I don't know what it was, but I wouldn't count those. I wouldn't count those listening parties.
Yeah. He did his Sunday service. That's also a little different too. That's not like him doing his catalog like he was for this thing right here. Huh. Wow.
Well,
yeah, he's back. It does seem like it would have been a little epic. It's the wrong time of year.
It would have been.
I don't know if we would have need to be outside.
Yeah.
In December. I know it's LA, but still.
Well, you got to have the stadium so you could have, like 30% of it empty, which is what they did.
Yeah.
For what were they, like $1,000 a ticket?
Now that's crazy. That's not what I would do. If he had regular price tickets, I'm not gonna lie to you, I'd go to a Kanye show. If he's doing his old stuff, like if he's doing like a listening party thing, I don't need to see all that. But if he goes back to College Dropout and goes through his catalog, I'd go see Kanye.
So if it was announced Kanye West is going to be at the Golden One Center tonight, you'd be there.
If the price was right. Like I'm not spending a G.
Okay, spoiler alert, the price will not be right.
Yeah, so I'm not going to go. But if it's a regular price, like for Kanye, I expect like if you trust him to be floor, a couple $100.
He's reliable than the Kings and the 49ers. I don't think I could do it.
You're not lying.
You gonna hit me with the fool me, you can't get fooled again. You show up at the Golden One Center waiting for a Kanye show to start. Yeah, I don't know that I could do it, bro.
You go see the Fugees, though.
I told you I would do no such thing.
You would go see the Fugees.
I mean, if there's like, if you get the ticket and they say, hey, in the event Lauryn Hill doesn't show up, which is very probable, Wyclef and Pras will still perform. Then it'd be like, all right, like I guess I'll go. But yeah, no, like I don't think
didn't everybody get their money back for the Kanye one here? I think they got a refund.
I sure as hell would hope so.
Yeah.
But the other thing is, dude, you would never catch me at a show where I have to look up at this dude while he performs on a levitating stage. I'm telling you,
that kind of made sense.
My man legitimately thinks he's God.
Yeah, but I don't. So
yeah, like I can't. I can't mess with that dude, man. I'll rock the College Dropout and leave it at that. And he's got some other albums.
Everything after My Dark Twisted Fantasy, you probably don't want to.
Yeah, my Life of Pablo. I didn't like it. Really, I didn't really like that.
I like Life of Pablo.
Okay. How do I transition to Tyrese here?
It's winning time.
Tyrese has played through the fire here in the last couple of days. That's the best I could do. I apologize. Tyrese is a better leader than Kanye West is. That's where we left this conversation like 15 minutes ago. As I mentioned to you, we were talking about, this really was something you started a week or so ago, or maybe not that long ago, talking about Tyrese's imprint. You didn't use the word leadership. You weren't calling him the best player on the floor. You were saying like, it feels like he's taking command of what this team is doing on the floor. Is the next step for Tyrese, because correct me if I'm wrong, are you talking about offensively, or are you talking about a complete game?
I see it more so on the offense, but I do also see him swarming around on the defensive end. I mentioned it yesterday. He's not going to right now. I don't think he's this lockdown defender, and I don't know if he's going to be. But he gets in passing lanes. Like you can see a couple times a game, he's intercepting passes, using his IQ and anticipation skills to create turnovers on the defensive end. So he does do that. But I was speaking more so offensively than anything.
And so that's his next step, or at least I would think that's his next step, is because Tyrese, we all believe. What was I think this was the line you and his coach used when it was Steve Prom, his coach joined us after the draft. It was a capable defender or a willing defender. He's willing to go out there and work. That feels like the next step for Tyrese. Like if you're going to be able to take command of this offense, now that you're the starter, now that you're playing those big minutes with all the big dogs out there, even though he was playing those minutes last year, I definitely think there's a different there's a different level when you're the starter. Him being able to do what he's been doing offensively in terms of command, in terms of flow, in terms of all of those types of different things. Now he's got to do that defensively.
Yeah.
Because this team, not to be a downer here, still very much a disaster on the defensive end.
Struggling.
Bad. And so Tyrese, if Tyrese, and I'm not trying to implement these invisible steps that we put on these guys as, fans and sports media. Oh, he's got to take this step. He's got to take this step. No, we've seen him do something really, really good. We've seen him do something, what I think is really long-term impactful for the Sacramento Kings in recent days. Now I want to see him do that on the defensive side of the ball too, because somebody has to. Like if you have Davion leading the second unit, great. Like somebody has to do it with that starting unit though, because right now it feels like not just the starting unit, not to pick on them, but I was trying to have Davion as the guy who kind of anchors everything for the second unit. Someone has to do it for that first unit, that starting unit.
Yeah, I agree. And it could be Tyrese, it could be De'Aaron though, but Tyrese has seemed to be the one to kind of grab the bull by the horns with as far as leadership, setting a tone, energy, things of that nature for this team. And maybe that's another area where he's got to step it up. You know what I mean? But I mean, that's where you have your specialists though, like he shouldn't have to do everything. Like, and De'Aaron's a scorer and all this other stuff. De'Aaron, I mean, if Tyrese is going to do the energy thing and the emotional leader, then maybe I'd look for De'Aaron to be like, all right, well, you just be calm and reserved, but lock down on defense and get your buckets.
But would you, you said that so like matter of factly. Yeah, just be locked down on defense and get your buckets. You can stay calm, you can stay chill, you can stay that guy, but lock down and get your buckets. Is De'Aaron the capable, willing defender that you think that you thought Tyrese was when he was drafted, and I think we're seeing here at this point? Because I'm gonna make you say it. I ain't gonna say it.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Yeah.
I used to think he was. This year, I haven't seen it as much. But just like his offense, maybe that was just a bad.
We've
stretch.
seen it. We saw it a couple days ago against one of the big boys.
Yeah,
we just don't. We didn't see it against Cole Anthony.
Right. So I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. I've always said, and I just don't think that they have the personnel to be able to do it. I still go with what I said since last year is they need to find a way to hide De'Aaron on the defensive end. Not because he's like a bad defender. Well, he has been a bad defender, but my thinking with that isn't because he's a bad defender. It's because I want a lot of his energy to go towards the offensive side of the ball. And I use the example that most of these guys at the guard position are out there guarding somebody in the corner. They're not taking on this super defensive responsibility. And if you want De'Aaron to take on that same offensive load that you ask him of a John Moran or Trae Young or Dame Lillard or something like that, it's kind of unrealistic to ask him to also be this defensive stopper. So, but because of the personnel, he may have to be more of that defensive guy than I would have wanted him to be, or maybe even the Kings wanted him to be.
Would you be happier if De'Aaron was a 2 guard versus a 1?
It's a good question.
And Tyrese was 1 and like the full-time facilitator? Can you be a shooting guard and not consistently hit threes?
I don't think so.
Like
you've got to be.
We don't need to go over the numbers of yesteryear again, but you used to be able to do that.
Yeah.
Can you do that today?
You got to be a certified bucket. And maybe De'Aaron is a certified bucket. But when I'm thinking of DeRozan, right? DeRozan doesn't hit threes, but his mid-range game, he gets whatever shot he wants and he makes his free throws. Like he's
Book doesn't
20.
either.
Book is another one. Mid-range game, flawless, right? His triple threat, being able to do stuff out of a triple threat position, flawless. Does De'Aaron have that in his game? I don't know. We don't really see him in those positions where he's squared up, triple threat, has somebody on the wing or top of the key and looking to do something out of that. Maybe he does, but we haven't really seen it. But you can't, to answer your question, you can. Can De'Aaron Fox? Once again, only time will tell. Maybe, because maybe he doesn't relinquish the ball to even so we could even see if it could happen. But that might be the answer. More Tyrese initiating the offense and De'Aaron off the ball permanently.
Well, and I mean, and how many times do you hear over positionless basketball, positionless basketball, positionless basketball? We often talked, and I know to your frustration about De'Aaron playing off the ball, Tyrese or Davion initiating the offense. Maybe that's why we are or were seeing it, and I think we're still seeing it. We're seeing it a little bit more. Is the thought that let's see if De'Aaron can get free and then create something out of that rather than bringing the ball up the floor and trying to create something out of that while everyone gets set.
Right. And I don't know whose decision it was or what's going on, but whoever it is gets credit for this. It looks different than it looked earlier. Whereas before, when Tyrese had the ball, De'Aaron was just standing in the corner, not being a part of anything. Now
never moving.
Never moving. Now it kind of feels like there's more movement. He's getting the ball in different spots where he can be effective, and it just seems more a part of the offense. Maybe that was someone's decision. Maybe that was Fox being more aggressive. Maybe that was just Fox and Haliburton trying to figure it out early in the season, and now they've got a little bit more of a grasp on it. I don't know, but everybody involved, kudos to them, and I like what I've seen recently a little bit more than what I saw at the beginning of the season.
We got Trista Crick coming up at the top of the 2 o'clock hour. We want you to hear some of our conversation with Rick Ross. We'll have that as well. We've got some NFL things we've got to dive into. Memphis and the Lakers last night. A couple of things I noticed and a couple of things I read this morning I want to pass along to you, and we will do that next here on this 49ers Friday, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. It's D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
I ain't been in the chat in a second, and they're still talking about Kanye.
Young Kobe hit us with a dumb line, so I was like, I gotta get out of here. I gotta get out of here.
Oh yeah. Chill, Young Kobe. I saw that too. Somebody in here saying, Kyle G said, I really enjoyed Yeezus. Look, I'm not going to say Yeezus was fire, but there are songs on Yeezus I like more.
Was Yeezus Black Skinhead?
For. Yeah.
Okay.
And Blood on the Leaves.
Where was Power?
My Dark Twisted Fantasy.
Oh, okay. I like the Power remix anyway.
I like Powers. Both of them are fire.
Yeah.
I even like I'm God-fearing man, so I don't like the title, but I like the first 3 songs on Yeezus. One was I Am a God. The other one was
I remember that.
The first 3 songs like I liked on there, and he comes on a Yeezy season approaching, whatever y'all been hearing. Well, whatever y'all been hearing, the monster about to come alive again. Like there are moments on that album that I think are better than people give it credit for, but he's just such a weird dude, man. And like you said, like nothing ever seems genuine, and that's it rubs people the wrong way, man.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, damn, he's got so on Yeezus. I'm looking at right now. On Site was dope. Black Skinhead was dope. I Am a God was dope. New Slaves was pretty good. Blood on the Leaves and Bound 2. That's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He only had 10 tracks. 6 of the tracks are pretty good.
I see you, Dr. David. I'm messaging you privately right now.
Herbert, it was okay. It was okay. There were songs on that I liked. I thought it was too long, And the songs were like really long. That's the only thing that bothered me, but it was all right. Oh man.
Oh, I've listened to.
TJ Ford, what was he thinking?
What happened?
John said something on Twitter with talking about Ramsey sweatpants, and it's an old photo of TJ Ford on Media Day.
Oh no. Oh, they going ham on these straight legs. This is great. This is so good.
Bryce with the Jeff Hardy pants.
Why does it say I haven't? Oh, that's funny. This John's picture. Them suit pants, man. Come on. What is happening? Oh man. Oh man, it's been a fun Friday for sure. We got a game day tonight, or this afternoon. I don't know. It's at 4:00. It's not exactly tonight. It's immediately following the show. We'll get you ready for the Kings and the Hornets. James Ham is going to join us at 3. Trista Crick's going to join us at 2. Kyle Matson's going to join us at 2:17. It is, after all, a 49ers Friday, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil.
Hey, man, I don't care what the Mannies say. I don't care what any of these people from, the cold weather cities are talking about. It's cold as hell this morning.
Oh, my gosh. It was freezing.
Freezing this morning.
It was awful. It was awful. I had the leashes in hand. We walked outside. Hey, the hell? I was like, why is my grass white? What is that? I just told the story yesterday about how I moved away from this. Like, no. Yeah, dude, it was freezing.
It was
legit.
Hella cold.
I had to look. I think it said it was 31. Oh, okay. True story. This is what we get because we were talking about this yesterday. I asked you, we were talking about work in the garage, training the home gyms and all that stuff. I couldn't do it. I was up. I went outside and I'm like, yo, I went into the garage. I was like, man, I can't get, I ain't doing this. And I went back inside where it was, I was like, I'll just do some yoga. And I just sat my stupid ass back on the couch with the computer and didn't do anything. But I was up, and that's the stupid part, right? Like, I was up. I was dressed to go work out. I stepped out outside, got in the garage. I was like, this.
That had to be, I'm guessing, not to put your business in the street, but that's like 6:30, right?
Yeah. It was about, yeah, cold. It was freezing.
At least I went out when the sun was up. But it was still dark outside, and you out there in that garage. Yeah, it's freezing.
Yeah, no good.
It was cold as hell.
Good. No good at all. Let's show some love here real quick, because I want to talk about something I noticed with Memphis and what it just makes me think about the Sacramento Kings. But before we do,
earned the right to be talked about. I don't care if they
Shut
lose
up,
or
Perk,
win
dude.
or whatever the case may
Talking
be.
about them
They
Lakers.
are trash.
They are.
And there's other teams right now, like the Sacramento Kings, who
Yep.
I would rather talk about than
Let's
the
talk
Los
about it.
Angeles Lakers, who has been playing phenomenal basketball since firing Luke Walton.
I think Perk is right. I don't want to talk about the Los Angeles Lakers. I want to talk about the team that beat them last night.
Oh,
You've said this for a while that Sacramento Kings fans would love this version of the Memphis Grizzlies. Like, if we don't think about the Ja Morant stuff and the comparisons to Fox and the Fox versus Ja, all that different stuff, if you just appreciate that team for what it is, if they were in Sacramento, you would love them. And there are two things I noticed last night. I'm actually not even 100% positive this number is updated. I think it is. The Grizzlies are 6-1 since Ja went out.
Man, they're surprisingly enough. Oh, go ahead. Sorry about that.
They're 6-1, and they're playing some of the best defense in the entire league with Ja Morant out. That speaks to the commitment to their game. I hate the next man up thing because I feel like you can't have next man up with Ja Morant, right? Like, that man doesn't exist on the Memphis Grizzlies. But they have found guys to fill the role as best they can with Ja Morant out. They've adjusted a few things on offense, have picked up their defense a little bit. Even Dylan, your favorite Memphis Grizzly was out last night. Dylan Brooks was out last night. Man, that they get it. That Grizzlies, I'm gonna stop short of saying the Grizzlies team. That Grizzlies organization, they get it. They've built. I don't know how far this squad gets them, but they've built something over there.
Yeah, and the team is tougher than a $2 steak. Like, they're tough mentally and physically. And I was gonna say, the ironic thing about it, this is not an indictment on Ja or anything. It's just, I just look at it as kind of a weird quirk. They played really well with him out last year too. And this year they were kind of middle. Like, he didn't play last night, but they were kind of not floundering, but they were just kind of in and out of things when Dylan Brooks was out to start the season. He comes back. They play really good basketball. And aside from last night, he's back. They go, 5-1 with Ja out. So they're just a tough group, man.
Yeah.
They're a tough group. And it's about time that I stop doubting those guys, man.
Yeah.
Desmond Bane is another guy that's an emerging young dude. DeAnthony Melton, that's another good ball player off the bench. They got Jaren Jackson Jr. He's really good. And they're going to be around. Like you said, I don't know what the ultimate ceiling is for this group, how high they can really go, but just their level of toughness, like I said, physically and mentally, it goes a long way for that group, man. And I respect the hell out of the way they approach the game and the way that team comes together and stays on task almost at all times.
Stan Van Gundy tweeted Memphis was 9-10 with Ja Morant and last in the league defensively. Since he's been out, the Grizzlies are 6-1, have been the best defense in the league by far. Now, I don't know if Stan's talking or because he's not like there aren't a bunch of stats here to accompany this. So I just don't know if he's talking off the eye test or if Memphis was, the last in the league defensively. That's a statistical, it's not a number, but that's a ranking. I don't know if he means they went from last to first in the last 7 games, because that's pretty freaking incredible. But they have I know this is a identity. They've established an identity as a team, and they've built something. And that's you've said it before, and I don't know if you said it on the air. We've certainly said it privately. Man, this is what the Sacramento Kings can hope to be. Is you build something and establish an identity and find pieces that fit the way you're trying to play. And I think in the past, coaches have come in here, and I'm not a fan, but I think Luke Walton was one of these too. Luke Walton, I still have no clue what Luke Walton was trying to do with the Sacramento Kings. Was he trying to run, or was he trying to play defense? Was he trying to be Tom Thibodeau in the New York Knicks, or was he trying to be the Phoenix Suns or the Golden State Warriors? Like, I don't know what Luke was trying to do, but I don't think he had the players to do either of them. Right. And what it feels like the Grizzlies have done is like, here's what we're doing. We have something we're going to try to accomplish. We have a way we believe we'll be winning basketball. And not a lot of organizations can do that. Like we saw one of them, last night. I don't love to see the demise of the Pittsburgh Steelers because I really like Mike Tomlin. I just don't care for Ben Roethlisberger. Yeah. But that organization has been extremely consistent in the way that they play. The Baltimore Ravens are probably the greatest example in all of sports. This team has been synonymous with the same exact thing for like 2 decades. The Baltimore Ravens and defense. So those stand out so much because they don't happen very often. I think that's what Memphis is attempting to do, and that's what I would hope the Sacramento Kings will do moving forward when they either hire Alvin Gentry or hire their next head coach. Is we're going to start building our team around an identity rather than, okay, come in here and make something out of the ingredients we got in the kitchen.
Yeah, and that is kind of, I feel like what happened with Luke and what's going on right now is Luke probably at his core like wanted to defend, like wanted to be this rough and tough defensive team. For all the accolades that the triangle offense and everything gets, that's what Phil Jackson had. He had, his 2 stars, but the rest of those guys were locking up, and then he had Kobe who was locking up. They defended. And Luke always talks about, his time with Lute Olson, his time with Phil Jackson, and learning from under those guys. And I'm sure his dad, coming from John Wooden, like I'm fairly certain that all those guys that he's been around always preach that the game starts on the defensive end. The problem was, he didn't have, like you said, he didn't have the personnel to have that identity. And one of the things that showed me that maybe it was a situation where Luke and whoever the general manager wasn't in lockstep was when he got those kind of rough and tough guys, the identity of the team changed like almost immediately. All right. The first year when he went and got Bazemore and Lynn and added physicality to that team, they started to be more of a defensive team before COVID hit. Then at the end of last year, you get DeLon Wright, Mo Harkless, and you starting to bring those type of defensive guys in there. Once again, the team changes. This year, it looked like he was going to have it from the start, but he just fumbled that, or they fumbled or quit or did whatever. But yeah, if this team could establish an identity, I still don't know what they want to do.
Yeah.
I'm still not sure what they want to do. Like I guess it's run and shoot threes, if I had to guess. Like that's what Monty always said. We play fast. We want to play faster.
No, we're talking about the Kings, not Buddy. We're talking about the Kings.
I think they just want some type of fast-paced up and down team.
You're right.
And they play that way. They actually play that way. They just don't make threes.
Yeah.
They moved down.
Wojnarowski tweeted.
Uh-oh.
Not no bomb. More like, oh, okay. Philadelphia's trade conversations on Ben Simmons are gathering momentum in recent days. More teams engaged, more 2- and 3-way deal structure, talks ongoing as 76ers try to land a top 25 player for Ben Simmons. This according almost certainly to Adrian Wojnarowski, Zach Lowe, and Daryl Morey.
Oh my gosh.
Sorry, I interrupted you for that.
I look, never say never. But what team is trading? What team with the top 25 guy is trading for Ben Simmons? Just think about it like this. What
idea.
all-star?
I have no idea.
Look at the all-star roster from last year, and who is going to trade for him?
I have no idea.
The only one that even comes close, maybe there's two, and is Portland and Indiana.
Portland, right. Man,
but
they
don't have nothing Phoenix wants or Philadelphia wants.
I mean, could they? I don't know how that would this work. I don't know that it would work. Could they do your Kyrie joint?
Who, Philly?
Yeah, Philly and Brooklyn.
Well, so so the rumor for Alaska, I usually don't bring rumors to the airwaves.
How do rumors get started? They're started by the jealous people. And
the rumor for a minute, for a couple months, is that Harden wants out of Brooklyn. And Harden wants to go to Philly.
Yo, get your man. Whose man is that? What are y'all doing with that dude? I told y'all about that dude, man.
So you mentioned Kyrie. I don't know if the Kyrie deal would happen, but
James Harden and for Ben. Okay.
I mean, all I know is Harden reportedly doesn't want to be there. Doesn't necessarily mean he wants to he doesn't like anybody. What has been told to me is he's just, for a lack of a better word, he's a LA guy. And if you know the LA guys in the basketball circle, they kind of want to rock the way they want to rock, win or lose. And that's kind of Harden is true to that, reportedly.
Huh.
It doesn't really matter. Or if he wants to win, but he wants to win his way.
Which his way is not winning. He does really well in the regular season.
Yeah.
Brad Beal, Kyrie Irving, Giannis, KD, Joel Embiid. So
these are all stars.
Those are all stars. James Harden.
Who?
Jaylen Brown.
Jaylen Brown. I'm drew a blank.
He's one name. Come on now, Jalen. James Harden, Zach LaVine, and Ben Simmons, Julius Randle, Domantas Sabonis, Jason Tatum, and Nikola Vucevic. I was trying to be quick, but I was slow.
It's big Vucevic.
Thank you. Thanks, Park.
Yeah, Philly not making a difference in those guys.
Steph, Luka, Bron, Kawhi, Nikola Jokic, Book, Conley. Sorry, that was stupid. I did not mean to laugh. Mike Conley Jr., Dame, Donovan, Chris Paul, AD, Paul George, Zion, and Rudy Gobert.
Yeah, the Morey. It's not happening.
I don't see it. I mean, I guess Sabonis is legit. I just don't know how that works.
Yeah,
I just don't know how that works.
They don't need Sabonis.
And I don't think Indiana wants. What am I going to do with that? I don't think Indiana's no. You misunderstood. We are starting over. We are not acquiring $120 million. No, thank you.
Yeah.
But we're talking 3-team deals. So how can we get Buddy to Philly, whatever from Philly to Indiana, Sabonis to Sacramento? Boom. D'Lo and KC, GMs of the year.
We make that happen. We need to make that happen.
We ain't even got to do all that. We just Indiana to Sacramento. We don't need to get Philly involved. Let Philly continue to squander for riding this thing out the way that they did.
Yeah. But yeah, all right, bro. All right, sir.
I could just imagine. Hey, ESPN calls Woj into the office. Woj, it's been a little slow. We're going to need you to pick it up. Oh, no problem. You want engagement? I've got engagement. Let me just tweet something about Ben Simmons. I'll be right back. The Portland Trailblazers, this also from Adrian Wojnarowski, the Portland Trailblazers have made it clear to the 76ers that Dame Lillard is not available to be discussed in trade talks, and the franchise has no interest in moving him, sources tell ESPN. #King. That's what Woj said. That's Woj hit us with that. Woj is starving today. I think Woj got called in the principal's office, and he's Woj, there's not enough happening. They're like, Woj is like, hey, like, what do you want me to do? Trades aren't being Woj, get something out there on ESPN.com. All right, fine. I'm gonna work. I can't wait till at any minute he's gonna tweet about Indiana because we've got Philly, we've got Dame. Now we just need Indiana.
It's coming, and
Woj would have knocked it out of the park.
It's coming for sure. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what he wants to do here. I don't know what Woj wants to do here.
I don't think this is Woj's fault. Well, I'm telling you, I think Woj got called into the principal's office.
Okay.
84% of the league's 446 players become eligible to be traded on Wednesday. Right now, only 65% are eligible to be moved. So Wednesday is the day. Wednesday is going to be the biggest day in the history of professional basketball. I feel like that's how Tony Schiavone would sell it back in the day. Tonight is the biggest night in the history of our sport. That's what he would say about next Wednesday. And here comes Bleacher Report. Simmons trade talks heating up.
Gosh. Why are they doing this today? Why?
I don't know, man.
They're literally telling us nothing.
We're going to. We got. I've been diving into episodes of the Heat Check podcast with Trista.
Mm.
She's Portland. Did you know that?
She's
Portland. No, she's a Portland fan.
I didn't know that.
She loves her Blazers.
It makes sense. She's an Oregon fan, so
we'll have to get her thoughts on this amazing report from Adrian Wojnarowski.
I'm gonna need her to call, and Trista always keeps it a stack, so I don't think that'll be an issue. But I'm gonna need her.
Called two teams low key trash yesterday. She did last week. She doesn't bite her tongue on anything.
That's what I'm saying. I'm gonna need it to be 3 teams. I'm gonna need her to tell us the Blazers are low key trash.
Yeah, ain't no good. I feel like we're gonna run out of time because we've got Trista and we've got Kyle. We've got to talk about the 49ers, and then we're basically your Kings pregame show. Mm-hmm. I was floored yesterday to read the Demaryius Thomas news. Like I
was so sad.
That's stunning. Like 33 years old, and you're immediately, searching for a cause. Like, God, don't let this be, obviously he's 33. He passed away. It's horrible. It's a young football player. And my mind goes to the worst possible place. Mm-hmm. But it sounded like he had some health issues related to seizures. I don't know that any of this is confirmed. Obviously, none of it's confirmed. It's all kind of speculated on amongst family and friends. But that was just an awful, awful story to read yesterday.
Just sad. 33 years old, man. Wow.
Shout out to the Georgia Tech women's basketball team also. I know that sounds like it's coming out of left field, but since we're kind of bringing the tone down with the Demaryius Thomas news, Tasha Butts, the associate head coach at Georgia Tech, announced that she has a late stage form of breast cancer. And she's 39 years old. 39. I know Tasha very well. Her Georgia Tech team went out there and beat Gino Auriemma's ass last night. They're an unranked team.
I didn't see that.
The day after she made that announcement, that unranked Georgia Tech team went out there and beat UConn.
Wow.
And Tasha, you probably don't. Tasha went to the University of Tennessee.
Oh, yeah, she loved that.
So the fact that the day after she made that announcement, the first game her team has played since that announcement was made public, they went out there and beat Gino Auriemma and UConn by double digits.
Wow. Big ups to her.
Sports is an amazing thing, man.
It is. It is. On another positive note, a hell of a buzzer beater last night at Rutgers.
That was Ron Harper Jr.?
I didn't know that. I didn't really dive into who actually hit the shot.
You ain't here to call? Did you hear the call?
call.
Did you hear the Rutgers call? Man, if y'all, I don't go anywhere. I've got you. I have got you. Let's see. Let me. You do. This, I said this on social media last night, and I mean it right now. This is just tremendous work from the color analyst here on I believe this is the Rutgers radio.
Get it to Stefanovic. Inside Williams with 7. One-on-one with Amori. Gets inside, puts it up and in with 3.4 to go. Get it to Harper with 3, with 2, with 1. Harper for the win. Got it! Let's go! Let's go! Harper Jr. Let's go! The game winner at the buzzer. Let's go! And Rutgers upsets number 1 Purdue 70-68. Let's go! First time in program history that they have beaten a number 1 team. But they're going to check the tape. Score the basket. Ball game. Let's go! And the student stormed the court. And I'll tell you this.
I love the call.
Fantastic.
I love it. It's so funny because like I have a 9-year-old, and like that's, it's not even basketball culture. It's just young, get excited culture. And if something happens, he's let go, let's go. And for him on that call to do that repeatedly, no other word.
That was 7.
Let's go.
7 let's goes. And that was indeed Ron Harper Jr.
I loved it. That was a hell of a moment, man. I think they had 3 game-changing shots in the last 20 seconds, maybe, that game. So Purdue, I think that was Purdue's first game ever as number 1 team in the nation.
Just watched Ron Harper Jr., the son of my friend, hit a buzzer beater for Rutgers to beat the number 1 team in the country, Purdue, 70-68. He got the inbound pass at 3 seconds, dribbled past half court, and pulled up for the game-winning 3-point shot. Wow, wow, wow. Thanks, Magic. It is a tweet from Irvin Magic Johnson. Rick Ross's new album dropped. You'll hear what Rick Ross said about that album when he joined us. Plus, we got Trista Crick at the top of the hour. That's all coming up here. Is 49ers Friday, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog. The smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil, continues on Sacramento's number 1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Let's go.
Oh, that was so good.
I had a big old grin the first time I heard that call.
So good. That's tough.
He better not have been.
Yeah, I doubt it.
Do you subscribe to that theory of like don't step on the play-by-play guy with a yell or anything?
Yes.
I don't. I understand why, but I like that. I like that.
Try to take the visual component out of it. And imagine listening on the radio. I think that's how I mean, it matters less on television, I think, though I still believe shut up. But and let the picture tell the story. But really on the radio, you've got to let the story be told. Like because your listener has to understand what's happening. And I think that you got it. Like you knew what was happening. I don't think he stepped completely over him. Like there was enough because I think he hit the let's go, and the announcer paused, said what happened, where we were, and then he was kind of recapping as the rest of the let's goes were coming.
But so here will be my argument against that. Is in most cases, you know what happened. Like how it happened, yeah, he can come back and he can paint that picture. But if it's like a buzzer beater and he dribbles 3, 2, shot goes up, and then the color guy goes, oh my God, let's go. Like I don't need the play-by-play guy to be like, he just hit a shot from 20. I know that. I hear the crowd. I hear his reaction. I know what just happened.
Yeah.
I don't need you to paint the picture. I know what happened. I'm not going to be like, oh my, wait a minute. What the hell happened? He's screaming. I can't stop screaming. What happened? No, I know what just happened.
I hear you. Yeah. I kind of think the other way. Just lay out, let the announcer do their job.
That's cool. That's cool too. There is element of that too. Even like the not talking and just let the crowd do this.
Well,
stuff.
did you ever see the announcer cam for Kara, Rebecca, and Adam when Arike Gumbawale hit the
No, I hadn't seen that.
It's fantastic because Kara and Rebecca, like, you know, Adam he's into it. He's making the call. It's going crazy, and Kara's just sitting here looking. She's looking like this, and the shot goes in, and she kind of perks up, but she doesn't say anything. And Rebecca kind of grabs her, so she does so neither one of them are saying anything, and they quiet, they lay out, and Adam makes the call, and then they're TV, so he falls out and lets the picture tell the story, and he kind of collapses over, and she's like, "Good call." Taps him on the hand. Good call.
See, I almost want to hear
a great
them go
video.
crazy.
Yeah, it's a great
I'm
video.
trying to find it right now.
It's out there somewhere. Yeah, I mean, it was. I don't know that that's when they started those cameras, but
I almost feel like
type in on Twitter Kara Lawson reaction, and you'll find, because there's two of them. You'll find one of them pretty quickly.
Let me see. Yeah, I like all of the natural reactions to everybody.
Mm-hmm. Rebecca's reaction is so good. Adam Amin is really good at his job. He is really, really good.
Oh, I don't have it.
I'll tag you in. I'll tag you in what I'm looking at right now. You got it. Yeah, baby. It is a 49ers Friday, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. We'll talk a lot of 49ers when Kyle Matson of 95.7 The Game, Niners Wire, and Candlestick Chronicles joins us coming up at 2:17. Trista Crick's going to join us at the top of the 2 o'clock hour. We'll talk NBA with her. Of course, she's the host of the Heat Check podcast and Bet MGM tonight. She's also a Blazers fan. We'll get her thoughts on everything going on with the Blazers, and not the biggest Luke Walton fan either, as she has noted on numerous occasions here on D-Lo and KC and on social media as well. So Trista coming up at the top of the 2 o'clock hour. And then 3 o'clock, James Ham will be with us, and we'll take you all the way to Kings game, baby. That's what we'll do, man. We'll get you ready. Kings game at 4 o'clock today in Charlotte. No Richaun Holmes tonight, so we'll talk with James. I mean, we'll get the starting line. We don't have to speculate what's going to happen. Like James will,
James will break it here on D-Lo and KC.
Yeah, and that's what'll happen, man. Before Trista joins us, Rick Ross's new album, "Richer Than I Ever Been," hit stores today, and obviously we've got a tremendous love for Rose and all that he has done with us here with McQueen and Luke Belair, and joining us a couple of different times here on the show. But we had a chance to talk to him recently about why now was the right time to drop his new album.
Because it's just, I really feel like, it's something about this time of the year for me. I feel like that big boy rap back. It's time for that. I love all the vibes. I love to see what's going on. I love the Dirks. I love the little babies, the baby. I love all the energy. Mm-hmm. But we also got to make sure the OGs stay in touch with the streets, and that's what this is.
Yeah.
And when I say richer than I ever been, I'm talking sonically, musically, lyrically. It's just going to be one of them feelings. And I made sure the time wasn't right until it was perfect. And here we are. It's ready.
Yeah, he had been working on the album for a while. If you remember the first time he was with us earlier in the year, he was talking about like I had just put the finishing touches on it. And listening to Rose, man, we see him as the hip hop artist and the entrepreneur, and like he's really he talks about this in his book a lot, where you have to believe in, like, if you're going to sell something, like you see guys sell stuff all of the time. You see actors, athletes, whatever, radio people, you see them sell stuff all of the time because those companies pay you. But if those brands, he tells a great story about Evander Holyfield and the, he the house he lives in, the promised land is Evander Holyfield's old house. And he tells a great story about how he never understood, like, Evander Holyfield out here. Like, why was Evander Holyfield trying to produce gangsta music? Everybody knew him as a dude that went to church.
Right.
Like, he should have been selling Vitamixes and green juice. Like, he was known as one of the fittest guys on the planet. Like, his relationships didn't align with his brands. And he talks about, I love alcohol, sparkling wine, champagne. That's something that you have in the party scene. Those bottles, the beauty of those Luke Belaire bottles. And he talks about how everything with McQueen and the Violet Fog and that entire brand lines up with him and what he does. He talks about Wingstop. He says, look at me, I'm a fat dude. Of course I love wings. It's the perfect thing. That's why I own 25 Wingstops now. And he's just an incredibly motivating dude to listen to. After you listen to his album, you do one of two things. You've either gone broke buying stuff you can't afford because you hear him talk about it, or you started like 10 companies. So Kenny doesn't know this yet, but I actually started 10 companies in our name this morning after I finished the album. But that's Rick chasing the dream, and that's something that he talked about when he was with us.
And
as
it's
well.
without a doubt, most definitely the truth, because you can't hide your emotions, and when you're really chasing something that you're passionate about, and this is real life. Entertainment is one thing, and real life is something totally different. And when you're talking about real life, and damn, this is, there is no plan B. You know what I mean? I didn't have a plan B. Like, what else we gonna do? It ain't no what else we'll do. Because if we had something else to do, I'm sure we may have started 5 years ago after I was 10 years in. But we didn't have nothing else to do other than what we love to do. And, it was just the amount of work we just continued to put in. And to a point where once, I had that first record that broke, I never looked back. And it's 15 years later. I'm going on my 11th album. And, we headlining tours, and, the young artists still reaching out for features and collaborations, almost like I was my first year in. And I just sit back and I'm just like, damn, I'm just going to enjoy it. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Because there's no way for me to explain it.
It's crazy, man, how like that dude works his ass off. I think that's one of the most I think that's one of the coolest things about Rick Ross is how hard he constantly works. Like, he's on the Tonight Show tonight. If you follow him on Instagram and you follow his stories, it's, Miami for the big release, and he's traveling, gets to New York, doing the show. Of course, you're going to see Luke Belaire all over the Tonight Show tonight. He's got special bottles made for Questlove and Black Thought and for Jimmy Fallon. Like, he believes in his brand, and you are going to know that Luke Belaire is a part of it.
Yeah, he is a true inspiration. And I was talking to my cousin about this earlier today, with the album dropping, and we talk about the album itself and his music and the quality of it consistently. But he's to the point now where he truly is an icon, not only in the rap game, but in the culture. Like, there's times that you forget, or it's not at the forefront, that he's a rapper because of the businessman that he is, because of the mogul that he is, the hustle that he is, the creating a I don't want to say an image, but just creating and cultivating success, right? He's a spokesperson for success a lot of the times. And he does it. This is why he's inspiring, not to say how great he is, but it's like, I got it. Let's all go get it together. Let's go do this. You know what I mean? This is, you see where I'm at. You can do it too. Let's go do this. He's looking to uplift those around him that he knows and people that he doesn't know. He just wants to see people succeed. And because of that, like I said, he's an icon of the culture. He's a mogul. And oh yeah, he's one of the greatest rappers of all time.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you almost forget that he's one of the greatest rappers of all time.
Yeah.
Hall of Fame resume. Like I said, I was talking about that today with my cuz, man. And it's a Hall of Fame resume. Hall of Fame.
And he didn't get there overnight. And he tells the story of like how we talked to him about like how close we talked about giving up on the dream. And he addressed that.
Sometimes it's really hard to explain. You know, and sometimes the words.
Were you really close to giving up?
Of course. You just don't really. It's like after you've written songs for other people to be successful, but you know, coming from yourself, you know, I'm thinking about becoming a boss, building an empire, getting to the money. Let's live a certain standard. Let's set a new. Man, let's go. But what was working where I'm from in Miami was go, twerk, 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 yeah. Which I loved. When I went to the beach, I love it. I love it. But that wasn't for me. You know what I mean? And it just wasn't right. And I didn't know where to look. I didn't know where to go. I didn't have a Dr. Dre to go to. I was just in my room, you know, going out every day, going out every night, introducing myself to producers. And I meet producers, hear something that's cool, and I write a record for another artist that would work for, and it would work for them, but not for me. So after you go through that so long, it's like, yo, I remember just sitting there, but it's just, I wouldn't allow myself to give up. Did I want to give up? Of course. After you've done something for 10 years for free, that's what it felt like.
Yeah.
Even if every blue moon, you know, of course you got a couple dollars or whatever, but, you know, overall it felt like you put in over a decade of work for free.
Yeah.
I just didn't allow myself to quit. And then I recorded Every Day I'm Hustling, which overnight changed the game for me.
It's Ricky Rose right there. The new album, Richer Than I Ever Been, in stores.
Sometimes it's really hard.
Stores, like, y'all don't go to stores. Like, go to your favorite streaming service. Yeah, ain't nobody going to Best Buy to get an album.
I used to hit Circuit City tough on Tuesday.
Man. Tower Records, baby. Tower Records.
Shout out
yeah,
Tower.
You know what it is. Let's bring in the host of Bet MGM Tonight and Odyssey Sports Betting Insider, Trista Crick. Be sure to listen to the Bet MGM Tonight podcast for more of Trista's analysis. Just search Bet MGM wherever you find your podcast. Also, check Trista out on her NBA podcast, Heat Check. Also available wherever you get podcasts.
Hear me? Because I can't hear you guys at all.
Can you
hear us at all? We hear you. We hear you wonderfully.
We hear you. We hear you good. We can't hear Trista. Come on, that can't happen.
This ain't gonna work.
Go on the other thing.
She's gonna go on the other thing. All right, Trista's going on the other thing. You heard her. I'll just tell you that you're listening to D-Lo and KC. It's like we're all still figuring out technology 2 years into this thing, man. You're listening. Rick Ross couldn't figure out how to turn the volume on his computer down. It's all good, man. It happens. You're listening. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, an Odyssey station and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. Can you hear us now?
I can hear you now.
Yeah.
What's up, buddy?
That's good, guys.
How are you?
You know, we're trying to stay warm over here because it's freezing. You know, you haven't felt cold until you felt Sacramento.
Okay.
That's a lie. What do you got? Like a high of 58?
Nailed it. You kind of nailed it. That's it.
Literally, we're talking about snow warnings here. I saw salt on the sidewalk today.
Oh,
so you don't even know what it is. I'm a West Coast kid, and the Pacific Northwest, we would get drizzly and, 48, 51, ooh, it's cold. No, listen, I'm not going to say that drizzling isn't worse because it is worse than snow and sunny. But it's cold out here. It's very cold. Like you need gloves, you need hats, you need salt on the ropes.
Yeah, let's talk about the hard pass, but let's talk about the Pacific Northwest here. As I've been diving into episodes of the Heat Check, yeah. So how you feeling over the everything that's going on the last week with your Portland Trailblazers?
Well, first and foremost, I think everybody who has a brain knows that Neil Olshey should have been fired. Like regardless of whether he was, how should we say, stuck in the 90s in terms of his communication techniques with his staff and the media around him, and how he uses media to wield narratives like he's Kevin Spacey from House of Cards. Outside of all of that, like Neil Olshey botched one of the deepest drafts in history. Like he botched it. Like I don't
Can't relate at all.
Like, I know you guys have a special affinity to like hating a GM who passes on a guy like, I don't know, Luka Doncic or whatever. But
I thought you were going to say pass on Trae Young.
Yeah, that's all. Trae, I don't know though. Like, do you think De'Aaron Fox and Trae, like, how do you think that they function together?
They would have figured it out.
I'm sure,
like Luka and Fox would have figured it out.
For sure. And now you got Fox rumors. Monty McNair doesn't like Fox and he's on the way out. You guys probably talk about that all the time.
Those are stupid rumors.
So dumb. People
those are
dumb.
Those are dumber than Dame leaving Portland.
Yeah, that's a dumb rumor. Like that's a dumb optimistic rumor. But like I have wanted Neil gone for, like, as a person who wants the Portland Trailblazers to succeed, I've wanted him gone for years. After he drafted Zach Collins, when he moved up for Zach, and then he could have the rest of the organization wanted Donovan Mitchell. Outside of Donovan Mitchell, which he was sitting right there. Outside of that, you could have gotten John Collins at that spot. You could have gotten Bam Adebayo. You could have gotten OG Anunoby. There was a lot of guys who had been impactful to the roster, and instead you got a 7-foot white boy out of Gonzaga who's like slightly more athletic than Myers Leonard. And it's like, I'm not rocking with that whatsoever. And then on top of that, like how he sees players was known as being very old school, right? Like he loves CJ because CJ plays a very pretty game, regardless of, it's like a very 90s old school, like smooth, the way he plays in motion, like that was Neil's guy. And so I think it kept Neil's, we'll call it like credit mongering, kept him away from making hard decisions that were important for the team to move forward, to the point where we were all wondering, well, like, does Dame just not want CJ gone under no matter what? Like, is he just content to lose? And like, no, I think truthfully, Dame obviously loves CJ and they're very, very close, but he wants to win. And now that Neil's gone, I hope that we can take steps forward. And now all the Chauncey news is obviously concerning too, like how these teams, how this roster functions with Chauncey, and whether Chauncey can get them to be disciplined, and whether the roster is actually good enough to do what Chauncey wants them to do.
Okay, Tristan.
It's very entanglement type stuff.
Oh, that's an entanglement for sure.
All right, Trista. Look, one of the things that we love about you on here is you keep it a stack, even if it's about teams that you love, you support, Oregon Ducks, Portland Trailblazers, or teams that you don't like the low-key trash LA Rams. Me and Damien have been saying for a while, we're farther away from it. This thing in Portland is over. It's all over. And I mean over as in, like, Dame, not that it's his fault, but I said you should have moved him in the summer, because it's not gonna work. What you gonna do? Rebuild with Dame, who wants $250 million?
Well, and then what you have there is Dame, like, just plants. Like, another thing that we don't really talk about nearly enough, because truthfully it's fear, right? Like that there are certain media members who are embedded with GMs and embedded with agents, and they are breaking news as a quid pro quo of them basically creating a narrative around what these GMs and agents and coaches want them to say, and like want and want these news breakers to basically put out that may or may not be factual, right? Like the fact that piece came out that Dame has already asked for X amount of money in the offseason. He wants another $200 million, even though he just signed his extension last year and he's just starting the new 4-year deal now. And it's like, is that is that real, or is that just people in his ear and he's just Littlefinger from Game of Thrones manipulating the system to make it look like Dame needs to go? And like, if Dame wants $200 million, then maybe Dame's unreasonable and maybe Dame's the problem. And like, yes, maybe Dame's defense is the problem, but Dame's the only superstar that would ever stay in Portland. We just lucked up on Dame. Mm-hmm. And yeah, I don't think we're ever going to win anything. I don't see a situation unless we went to the lottery and got very lucky with a wing or something. Which, like I said, back in 2016 or whatever that year was, when we could have had Donovan or we could have had Bam, like that would have been a year. And we just consistently trade first-round picks away for guys like Robert Covington, who are just truthfully don't move the needle as well. Like that doesn't help you. But yeah, I think plants like Woj create a narrative that tries to set things into motion that shouldn't be in motion to try to get the intended result that they want, which is probably Dame gone. And Dame and Woj don't really mess around with one another based around things that Woj has done with other media members that, Dame is close with. Because if you don't kiss the ring and you don't source as a collective with him, then you're out and your job is at risk and your sources are at risk. And that's the way that it goes. So Dame, like me, keeps it a stack regardless. Mm-hmm. And people like that don't like that. So I'm okay with Dame staying and us being like somewhat mediocre if we try, because I love him and I think he's the best Blazer we've ever had. But if he's okay with trying as hard as we can, and possibly never really, really making it past the Western Conference Finals, which I think is our ceiling, based around luck, then that's fine. But
I don't think y'all are getting back there.
No, I mean, I think we already hit our ceiling.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? Like, I think the ceiling.
I don't think that's happening, Trista.
No, the ceiling is in the past, based on luck, right? Like, we shouldn't have even beat the Denver Nuggets to begin with. I think that we were down like 19 points in Game 7 and had to have like this tremendous game from Evan Turner of all people.
CJ went crazy.
CJ McCollum went crazy as well. CJ should have been traded right then. Like that's when you trade CJ, not now when he has one long. Like no, like you can't. What are we gonna do now? This franchise and prayers up to CJ, but like. I'm here for the comedy, and like you can't have reports about the franchise going downhill, trading CJ, then you find out CJ has one usable long. Like we just can't have that, right? You just can't have that. That's the dark humor in me, right? Like that's a very Portland thing.
Yeah.
Would you guys like a Buddy Hield?
Oh, there you go. Let's work.
We could work.
Do you think we could get like a Harrison and a Buddy?
No. For Dame, yes.
No, you don't need another guard. Be honest. Like you don't need 5 guards.
We'll give you a Buddy and a Marvin.
I don't want a Marvin. Damn. I would like a Richaun Holmes though.
No, Trista. Stop it.
Just the best roller in the NBA last year, statistically, of anyone's keeping track.
Well, the funny thing about that is you bring up Richaun Holmes, and that's the other part of the equation here of why I think it's just looking bleak in Portland. You might have to do some drastic things. Is the money, you mentioned CJ, but Nurkic, like it's kind of proven. I have a thing here in Sacramento where in yours, Portland's on a grander scale because they've done more than the Kings have. But I look at like Fox, I throw Haliburton in there, Barnes, Buddy, Holmes, and Bagley. And I say these are some good ball players individually. They can play. Collectively, they don't work. Yep. Like you ain't got to get rid of all of them, but if you put these guys together, it's not working. And it seems like in Portland, CJ, Nurkic, Dame, good ball players. They've done some good things, but they've got a ceiling that you mentioned they've already reached. Is that kind of the feeling with those guys up there?
Yeah, I think you have to trade Nurk. I know that that's not a popular opinion because Nurk when he came over in that trade with Denver, he lit up the scene to the point where it was like Lynn sanity, but it was Nurk sanity. You know what I mean? Like, and Dame loves him too. And I think there's been a level of like, well, if Dame loves him, they should stay. You know, if Dame's close, Dame loved Evan Turner. Like everybody apparently loved Evan Turner. Like Evan Turner was not a real piece. Like people loved Kent Bazemore. Kent Bazemore should not be a piece, right? Like, so I don't think that's the barometer if you want to win, truthfully. Nurk's stock from a trade value standpoint will never be higher than it is right now, just because he's on an expiring, and this is the only center. He's the only center that's going to be available on free agencies that's of any value to anyone. It's DeAndre Ayton, who's probably going to get extended, like God willing, I guess, and then Nurk. And now that Nurk has hired Rich Paul, like you know what Rich Paul's about. He's about getting his guys either paid or leaving
traded.
them alone. Well, yeah, or leaving them alone like Nerlens as well, right? Like, or forgetting that they exist. So I think he's going to try to get Nurk paid, and I think Nurk's not. I don't think we should be paying Nurk. We're already in the luxury tax. Jody Allen, God bless her, right? Like she's dealing with every estate that Paul Allen has ever had, including this franchise. Like we're not top of mind. She's just paying people just to pay them, right? So yeah, I think Nurk needs to go. I think CJ needs to go. I think Rocco needs to go. I think Anthony Simons needs to go. Nasir Little.
I'll take Anthony Simons.
Yeah, you can have him. We just need some things back, right? We just need some
Buddy.
Bagley.
We've offered you Buddy and Bagley already.
I know that you're trying to fleece me. This is like you guys are Danny Ainge right now. Like, you know what it is. I don't want those guys. Like, I like Buddy, but we have plenty of shooting. I need some defense.
Why do I feel like this is how conversations go with general managers? I got Buddy and Bagley, and the other general manager goes, I don't want those guys. I want Harrison. I want Richaun Holmes. I don't want those other guys.
And they're like, okay, well, we want Dame. And it's like, well, this is like, just click. Like, this is
we're not getting anywhere.
And it appears that we're not going to get Ben. And like, I'm like, no.
Are you disappointed about that or happy about it?
I don't know. I have no idea. At this point, I'm kind of like, well, we need defense. We're now 2 years running as the like, we'll call it historic levels of bad defense. Because I think last year's defense was the worst we've ever seen in league history, and we were the bottom of there. And I think it's a little bit better this year with the rule changes, but still we're at the bottom of the barrel. So we have no perimeter defense. Like Dame, as much as I love Dame, he has no willingness to play perimeter defense. He just gets barbecue chicken cooked pretty much always. And then that puts pressure on the front court defensively as well. CJ, same thing. And then you've got Norm Powell, who's he's a plus defender, but you're putting him He's putting him at the 3. Now he's got to play larger guys. He's not that long. Like he's an okay defender, but he'd be a much better defender as a 2. So we need somebody that can like help us defensively. And I guess that's Ben. I really would have loved. And this was the thing that really stuck in my
Tristan Thompson.
Did you guys see the report?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. And what did you guys think about that report? Because I was sick.
We have a box over here to my left. And in the box are people like Deshaun Watson.
Yep.
What's the old boy from the Dodgers? We put him in the box.
Yeah.
You feel where I'm going? Yeah. I wanted to put Tristan Thompson in the box, and then he came out and had like 10 and 10, and he was dunking and picking up technicals, and it was like. So we've made the decision. We'll talk about Tristan Thompson, the basketball player. We won't acknowledge or praise anything else, and we'll just keep it moving. Because I'm with you. Trash.
Yeah, no, I don't like that. And I would have loved if we would have gotten Drew Holiday in that trade. Like that came out as well. Truthfully, any Blazer fan knows that the reason that they got swept, the reason the Blazers got swept against the Pelicans was Drew. Like Drew put Dame in prison. Drew turned Dame into Logo Lillard Dame. And I think, and even Dame has said, like, Drew's one of the best perimeter defenders, on-ball perimeter defenders in the league. And I know Drew's also undersized, but he's such a good defender. Like, I would love Davion. Can you guys give me Davion?
No.
Can I get him? Because I'd like him. He would help.
Look, there's a lot of people on the table if you're talking about Dame. But if you're taking Dame off the table, no.
There's no one you think about in Portland for Davion? Not your boy Anthony, not Robert Covington, you wouldn't think about that.
Boy right there.
I think about it a little bit.
Anthony Simons is my boy right there.
This would warrant a further conversation. Like I'd listen. I'm not anxious to move Davion at all, but we need multiple
in the land.
No, nobody untouchable here.
Let me ask you guys this about tonight, because I was literally making some bets, and my heart says Charlotte. My heart says Charlotte +1, but you guys are deep in it. Sacramento Kings riding a hot streak. Tell me, push me against taking Charlotte on the money line.
I would never bet on the Kings.
Yeah. Would you take the over 231? Both teams don't play defense.
I would.
Yeah, I'd take it. The only thing is, like 6 people are missing from Charlotte.
No, and they're still balling. They're still putting up buckets.
Well, they lost another guy who was giving them buckets. PJ. Well, he's doubtful. PJ Washington. So they're down to like 6 players in general. Look, this is how I feel about this Kings team. I would just never bet on them.
I wouldn't touch it.
You never know what you're getting. There is nothing reliable about them, good or bad.
Every Kings fan listening right now is thinking they might lose by 20.
Yep. Or they might win by 20.
Yeah.
Like they put 145 on Orlando. Not saying Orlando's a world beater by any means, but like
Kendrick Perkins said we're playing phenomenal basketball right now.
Okay, so stay away. Stay away.
There it is. Trista, we appreciate you so much. Thanks for hanging out with us as always.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure.
Take care.
Right. Take care.
That's Trista Crick, the host of BetMGM Tonight, and of course the Heat Check podcast. Check both of those out wherever you get podcasts from. He just got up and left. For those that are watching on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320, we have a guest who literally just got up and left. Kyle acts like he's never done radio before. I'm just going to leave his camera up and leave his microphone hot just because he got up and left.
So, guys.
Hey, we're live, pal.
Yeah, no, I know it. I was thinking that I thought maybe like you guys were going to break and then me. So, okay, we're right into me. That's fine. Yeah. Okay. We're learning the mechanics of this. It's all good.
I was like, yeah, I'm out. I'm leaving.
If you're going to look, I mean, nobody wants to hear me anyways, but if you're going to bring me on after Trista Crick, who is a delight, like that makes me look much worse. And so I was just going to bail.
It's a solid strategy. I mean,
I'm just not showing up.
Absolutely not. The people always love to hear Kyle Matson on a Friday afternoon, baby. Come on now.
It's one of my favorite things to do.
I mean, I've gotten up and walked away from Kyle a time or two, so I feel like it's fair that he just did that to us. Like it's fine.
It's actually a banner day if you don't do that. if you hang out the whole time, that's when I know I'm doing something.
Kyle Madson, the host of Candlestick Chronicles, writer on Niners Wire, producer at 95.7 The Game in Sacramento. He's got more jobs than the Henleys on In Living Color, man. So it was all good. Thank you very much. It was all good just a week ago. And then the 49ers stumbled and fall. Let me ask you this question, because this was asked to me. Kenny and I talked about it on Monday. There's a difference between, at least in my mind, there's a difference between the best and the most important. And it feels like Nick Bosa is the best defensive player on the San Francisco 49ers. He could wind up being the best defensive player in the league. Mm-hmm. But Fred Warner might be the most important. Was Fred Warner's absence last week, was it noticeable to you?
No, actually.
Okay, then thanks for joining us. I guess I'll just shut my ass up from now on.
No. I mean, there were, in the sense that Seattle had a couple opportunities where Gerald Everett turned the ball over at the goal line. They convert those into points and Seattle wins it running away. But I think the bigger issue was like they just kept giving the ball away. They should have beat Seattle. Like the 49ers are markedly better than the Seahawks, just from a talent standpoint. And even without Fred Warner, Azeez Al-Shaair is playing at a high enough level that the 49ers should not miss Fred Warner that much against Seattle. But Jimmy Garoppolo throwing 2 bad interceptions, Travis Benjamin fumbling a kickoff, like those are bad plays. Tom Compton getting railroaded on the safety, like that's just a play, and that's all stuff happening on the offensive side and special teams. And speaking of special teams, they give up a 78-yard fake punt touchdown. And again, that's not something that has to do with Fred Warner. So their defense is definitely better with Warner on the field, but I don't think he was the reason they lost in Seattle.
I said when it happened, I know it's frustrating. That was a hell of a play call on the fake punt. Like really good. That was a hell of a play. Nobody saw it coming, and I got to tip my hat to Pete Carroll on that one. That was a hell of a play call.
When special teams coach Richard Hightower talks every week, and typically the coach speak on a play like that is, we got to execute better. It starts with me. Da, da, da. He was like, there's nothing the players could have done. It was my fault. Nobody was in a position to make a play. Like, what? Like, we know, we watched it. We saw that.
Yeah.
But I would never advocate for somebody to be fired, but I can't believe he's still around. Like, I thought that's something that would happen post haste, but Kyle Shanahan decided to.
So the one thing I'll say about that though, Kyle, is there is an element of they just picked a hell of a time and called a hell of a play. Like I'm sitting there. I know I don't get paid for this. I don't get paid to coach and make sure everybody's ready. I understand that. But they came out 3 and out. Let's go. Defense fired up. Let's go. Let's get this ball back. Let's work. Oh, my gosh. A fake. What? Like I was on there like on 25. You know what I'm saying? Right. I'm not thinking that. You know what I mean? And I got to just tip my hat and be like, you got me. You got me.
But as the special teams coordinator, I feel like you need to have a finger on the pulse a little bit. That might happen.
Fair enough, for sure.
The fact that not that they converted, but the fact that he just went untouched 78, like not one guy got near him. That's rough. That's just poor coaching.
Yeah.
No Debo this week for sure.
No, he's questionable. He's officially questionable. I would be pretty surprised if he played. He only practiced today. They said it was a 1 to 2 week thing, but the 49ers have a little bit of a history the last couple of years of bringing guys back from these soft tissue injuries. I mean, we saw Dre Greenlaw come back and irritate his core muscle injury that he hurt in week 1. And he played in week 1 after dealing with that core muscle injury all of training camp. So we've seen the Niners do this before where they bring a guy back maybe a little bit early. I guess you just cross your fingers that it doesn't become kind of a long-term thing, but it's also not crazy to think that he's good to go by Sunday. So they're going to give it the next couple days. They have all night tonight, all day Saturday, and then Saturday morning or Sunday morning to figure out if he's good to go. And the fact that he practiced and they're listing him as questionable, I would lean toward him playing.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how effective he can be. If it affects the play calling, are they going to give him 100% of the play calls and that he normally gets or what? So that's going to be interesting. I want to ask you a question, Kyle, because me and Dame went back and forth about this on Monday, I think, because I think Jesse brought up the question. And he proposed that the 49ers made the playoffs, were one and done. Is this season a failure? I said no.
Well, there was one other piece to that I feel like was the kind of important to the conversation. He said if the 49ers make the playoffs and are one and done, and Trey Lance never sees the field, do you consider the season a success?
I said no on both fronts. Or I said it wasn't a failure.
It wasn't a failure. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Man, I think the gut reaction is yes, because they kept Jimmy Garoppolo because their goal was to compete for a Super Bowl. And even if they make the playoffs, you said what?
Yes, it's a failure.
I would think so, but I have a caveat. So I think in a vacuum this year, like they kept Jimmy Garoppolo to compete for a Super Bowl. Like that's why he's still around, because they thought they could win with him this year. And if they go 9-8 and they sneak into the playoffs and they go to Green Bay or go to Dallas or go wherever in round 1 and lose, I don't think that's falling short of where they expected to be. Now, if they went 13-4 and, just kind of had a tripped up in the first round, okay, it is what it is. But they have struggled with consistency problems. Penalties have been a problem. Special teams have been a problem. Their secondary has been a problem. Like, they just kind of have these issues where it's like, man, I don't know if this team could win a Super Bowl even if everybody was healthy. Mm-hmm. So I would say no, because I think they as a team had their sights set so much higher than a first round playoff exit after sneaking into the playoffs as a 7 seed. But on the other hand, when it comes to Trey Lance, if Trey Lance this season is just learning like crazy and he's going to step in week 1 next year, or day 1 of camp or day 1 of the offseason program, and be ready to rock because he got to sit and just learn this year and marinate and soak it all in. And if he is really good right out the gate, then you would have to call this season a success, because that's what this entire thing's about. For this season, it's trying to win a Super Bowl, but like the elephant in the room is wearing a number 5 jersey. And that's all that's going to matter for Kyle Shanahan, for John Lynch, and for the future of this organization is what's going on with Trey Lance. And if he comes out and looks like a rookie next year, where it's like, oh, he would have benefited from playing, then I think this season is an abject bottom line failure. Nuance, baby.
I've started to hear people attempt to make the argument that Jimmy Garoppolo should be around next year as the backup quarterback.
No.
Yeah, that's just crazy. You really only heard one person, and I don't know what the hell.
I don't even remember who that person was.
Peter King.
That's right. It was on Damon and Ratto. That's right. It was on this radio station.
God bless him. Lost his damn mind when he said that.
Yeah, I heard that, and I was perplexed.
It's Peter King. It's Peter Schrager from Fox and NFL Network. It's like you hear broadcasters talking about it because this is being floated by the team in meetings. But I think that's solely to drive up Jimmy Garoppolo's trade value. If they believed that Jimmy Garoppolo was still valuable to their team, they wouldn't have mortgaged the future to replace him. Like, that ship sailed. They could win out. They could win the Super Bowl. They could win out and go win the Super Bowl. And Jimmy Garoppolo is gone because they have seen the ceiling. And this is what it is. Like, for every game where he looks incredible, and it's like, oh man, I say incredible. That's stupid. For every game that it looks like, oh, he could be a top 10 or so quarterback.
Average.
He could be, he could play well. He has a game like he had in Seattle where, he averaged 10 yards an attempt and he threw a couple touchdowns, but like the 2 interceptions were just bad, and he still has really bad misses, and it lowers the ceiling of this offense overall. And Kyle Shanahan doesn't want to deal with that anymore. Like, people say, oh, Shanahan doesn't want to throw the ball down the field. He does. He just doesn't want to with this quarterback.
Yeah. You're limited. And what you said is 100% correct, Kyle. But also the other thing, because I got our guy, it'll mess up the YouTube stream, so I won't put it up there. But David, they say that's not so crazy. Would you rather have Jimmy as your backup or Nick Mullins? The other part that people are forgetting is part of the reason why you're moving away from him is you want to get away from $20 million. Right. Like, that's so you don't want that $20 million on your cap, 23, whatever he's making on the cap. That's part of the reason why you made the decision to go with the rookie quarterback moving forward.
But I also don't think you want that presence.
No,
you don't want that guy lingering around while Trey Lance is trying to win football games.
Not at all.
No. And to the question of would you rather have Jimmy Garoppolo or Nick Mullins? Nick Mullins is going to cost you like $40 in a bus pass. Like, you'll take that over
Bart.
even if you restructure Jimmy Garoppolo.
It's Bart.
It's
a Clipper card. You're right, a Clipper card. Sorry,
it's not even that no more. What is it?
You can put them on your phone.
Is that what goes to Levi?
No, you get the light rail or whatever it is. Yeah. But what?
I really derailed us there. Sorry about that.
Derailed. Nice. I see what you did there. So they would probably restructure Jimmy Garoppolo's contract or give him an extension but still, if you're Jimmy Garoppolo, you can be released and go sign anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Or you can say, yeah, I'll resign to be your backup for
$40 in a bus pass.
Yeah, they're like, that's not something they would I think probably consider. Like, they would sooner sign Andy Dalton or Mitch Trubisky or somebody who's just going to kind of be a career backup to be the backup, because once the keys are handed to Trey Lance, it's his team for the next 2 or 3 years. They don't need there. You'll see, I bet they go draft a quarterback in like the 6th round or bring in an undrafted guy they like just to kind of, take snaps in case Lance can't. But I think Shanahan's done with the QB competition stuff.
Yeah.
He clearly hates it.
That's over. And doesn't Kyle like Sutfield?
Sure. Maybe
I'll talk about in that role, not like for franchise, but he would. Or
Nate Sudfeld's the perfect
be the Sitfield, whatever. What's the name? Sudfield.
Nate Sudfeld.
Nate Sudfeld.
Yeah. Right. They'll pay him a couple $1 million. They'll get Jimmy's $20+ million off the books. The cap's going to go up to like $208 million next year. They're projected to have $12 million right now. That's before cutting and restructuring and all that. So they're going to have like upwards of $40 million plus in cap space potentially if they let Garoppolo go. And that you can bring in a cornerback, you can bring in a defensive end. I mean, at that point they'll have some stuff to work with where they can build out a team that can overcome maybe any hiccups Trey Lance has in his first year starting. So I can't, unless Jimmy Garoppolo says, I love this place so much, I love my teammates so much, I'm going to tell everybody on the backup and I will play for $2 million a year, which isn't happening. That would be an insane person thing to do. There will be starting jobs for him. There will be starting opportunities for him next year, just not in Santa Clara.
Yeah.
What is Trey Lance still okay? Like, I feel like we haven't heard his name in weeks. Was that just a product of them winning? Have they just abandoned I don't want him to go 2 years without playing football. Like, have we just abandoned all of that?
Yeah. Kinda.
Yesterday.
So I think
time in a minute.
So I think what happened was this was way more difficult than Kyle Shanahan thought it was going to be. And I don't think that he envisioned it being as difficult as it is for him. Why Sean Payton could make it happen with Taysom Hill and Drew Brees, I don't know. And why Kyle Shanahan can't with Jimmy Garoppolo make it happen. Probably because Taysom Hill is not an actual quarterback, but that's a different discussion. So I think Shanahan had this vision where it was going to be easy to, on 4th and 2 from your own 39 in Seattle down a touchdown, to put Lance in there, and he's going to be able to do a zone read or do an RPO or just take a straight drop and throw it. And I don't know if it's just Lance hasn't developed the way they thought he would, or if it's just more difficult than he thought it would be, or whatever it is, or if Jimmy Garoppolo said, man, I really hate this. I don't know, but they've abandoned it for some reason. And I just don't, I mean, the ship sailed to me, unless he starts playing again, the ship sailed to me on, Trey Lance is going to get a few snaps this game. And I don't know. I don't know what happened. It's weird. It's the weirdest thing to go from Trey's going to play for us this year to, never mind.
I always thought that was trash. After I thought it was trash just in general. And then when I saw it in Detroit, I said, don't ever do this again. Because the plays were garbage that would bring Trey in for. Like, he wasn't brought in to be a quarterback in those situations. It was get the ball. It was some Wildcat stuff. And I was like, if you're going to do that, just don't ever play him. Like, bring him in to be a quarterback, not this little thing. You're going to get the kid killed. So I don't know. Maybe Kyle Shanahan looked at the same thing. I don't know why he couldn't put him in for passing situations, but he was like, I don't want to do that. He'd only be in there to run. If you're going to do that, just don't even play him then.
I think maybe a little bit he, before the year, was anticipating, playing the Colts and maybe, having a 10 or 12 point lead in the third quarter where, you could comfortably put Trey Lance in. But I think that if you have a rookie quarterback who's as inexperienced as Lance and you want to have kind of a broad playbook, because like you said, Kenny, it was against the Lions, it was like a couple of play action quarterback powers into the line and then the pass to Trent Sherfield. I just don't think the playbook is as expansive for him because you only have so many reps to take. And so if you want him to kind of be able to do everything before you put him in there, that's a big ask for a rookie with his amount of experience to say, yeah, hey, learn these 25 plays so a defense doesn't know what's coming. And if they can just sit on that quarterback power or a play action with a crosser, like that kind of takes the element of surprise and the whole benefit of the 2 quarterback thing just kind of off the table.
Mm-hmm.
So Debo's questionable. Elijah Mitchell's out.
He's out.
So is this Trey Sermon time?
Yeah, not Trey Turner time for sure. Trey Sermon's on
Is
IR.
it Trey Young time for the 49ers?
It might be Trey Young time.
Is it Dame time?
Is it Dame? Yeah.
No, so I think it's going to be, so Jeff Wilson Jr. wasn't on the injury report. So
Okay.
I think he's the primary running back. JaMychal Hasty's healthy. Maybe he'll get some touches, but I think it'll primarily be Jeff Wilson Jr. You know what's crazy? And Kenny, this is going to drive you nuts. It's not good for here's how they're bad their cornerback situation is.
Oof.
Dante Johnson is questionable because of a personal issue, and that's like a hit to the secondary.
It's nasty now. It's really nasty in the secondary.
Josh Norman was following DK Metcalf last week. That's where they're at.
And ironically, crazy enough, Dante Johnson almost saved the game last week. Or no, he recovered it. Al-Shaair knocked it out, right? Correct. Yeah, Dante Johnson, the first good play he's ever made. Maybe the first play the first good play he's made since that intercepts, that pick 6 against the Jags in 2018. He got one against the Rams too?
Yeah, you're thinking of Ahkello Witherspoon.
No.
He had one against the Jags, I think.
No.
But I will say Dante Johnson did have a forced fumble and fumble recovery against the Cardinals back in week 5. That helped set up the Niners late. But no,
great play not too much. Like I think it was in the Packers game. Maybe. I don't know. But it's
Dante Johnson's just not a good player.
No.
And the fact that he was going to start and be the best starter available by like a significant margin is not good. That's really bad for the 49ers going into a game against a Cincinnati team that'll air it out a little bit. So
Chase going for about 250.
He might. Unless Josh Norman just interferes with him the whole time.
Who is it though? It's Norman and Lenore?
Or Embry Thomas.
Embry Thomas. I remember him.
Yeah.
I remember him.
The 49ers don't. But
hey, speaking of guys we remember, I just want to preface this with he is a wonderful human being and we love him greatly.
Oh no.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Yeah. Also nominated for the Walter Payton Man of the Year again. Of course, we're talking about our man Eric Armstead. I'm trying to find the right way to ask this. It feels like it hasn't gone well. That's not the proper way of asking it. I don't feel like he's the best. You're making me work for this. How
are you asking if he's earning
not
his contract?
Better? Yeah, it's just
Why
that's
isn't
our
he better at football.
That's our dude, but
they kept him over DeForest Buckner,
and so that kind of lingers over it too. Like, all right, maybe this kind of just went wrong, but like I don't feel like he's even close.
He's fine. Like
he's not
if he was making
bad, right, Kyle. Like he's not playing bad. He's just kind of average.
He gets a lot of, like, if you go watch the Cardinals game and even last week against the Seahawks, he is a force on the inside. Like he can really impact games from the inside. The problem is that they don't have another edge rusher on that side. So when he kicks inside, there's nobody else over there. And when it was D Ford and Nick Bosa and Eric Armstead's getting these one-on-ones inside, he was flying through and he was getting sacks. And that's what we saw. We had 10 in 2019. Mm-hmm. When he's by himself over there and it's Samson Ebukam or Charles Omenihu or whoever's lining up next to him, that's just not, he's way less effective. He's still a good player. I think he's second on the team in pressures right now. He has 3 sacks. There's been a bunch of plays this year where he's been very close to having a sack and just hasn't been able to quite finish it. he's good, but for the contract they gave him under the circumstances in that 2020 offseason where they trade Buckner and they give Armstead this giant deal, they were expecting him to be like a 7 to 12 sack guy.
Yeah.
And just consistently be a force in their pass rush, and he's not been. Like he doesn't stink. Like, he's not a bad player.
No, and maybe he's a victim of one, the circumstance that you just referenced, and two, my expectations. Because I thought that guy that got that I thought that I was like, yo, this is at minimum who he is. Like I've been a huge, like he is that dude. Like this is him moving forward.
And I think if you rewind to that point, to that right before the Niners made that deal for Buckner and signed Armstead, if you told them like, hey, FYI, these are going to be his numbers through the week 13 season of 2021. Also, there's going to be a pandemic. Watch out for that. if I mean, while you're at it, but if you told him those are going to be his numbers, they don't sign him, or at least not for that money.
Yeah.
And I think that's the big thing. If he was a rookie doing what he's doing, it would be like, whoa, this is great. Like this is going to be great for them. But the fact that he had the season he had in 2019 was pretty lackluster last year, and then this year has been pretty good. He's fine. That's definitely disappointing and short of what I think the 49ers were hoping for.
Hey, Kyle, in 15 seconds, has Nick Bosa like you or like me? Has he been?
Nick Bosa's not like us.
You forgot that he had his leg just shredded. Like that's how good he's been. Like,
yeah,
he's been sick this year.
I thought for sure there would be a 4 to 6 week. Like, that's okay. He's still coming back. Like, here's a flash here, here's a flash there. He's unbelievable. Even when he's not in the stat sheet, he's impacting games. He's incredible.
The way I saw him turn the corner last week.
The amount of times he fights through a hold or a double team.
He was really getting after it last week. I don't know what it was. He seemed extra motivated last week. I don't know what it was. 97.
You know, the Bears game too, now that I'm thinking about it.
Hey, I don't know what it was. 97 was on one last week. This was a good follow to Trista. You did a good job, my friend. A couple of quick notes. Alex Lynn starting at center tonight for the Sacramento Kings. And Alvin Gentry says he's not worried about Buddy shooting because he ain't gonna play him. That's not true. That's not what Alvin Gentry said. That's what I said.
Fox yet?
Okay, Kyle's done. We're back with more. James Ham joins us next on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Man, that stretch from Tristan to Kyle is popping.
Man, oh man, it did flow just really. Like it didn't seem.
Yeah, because it wasn't here. I was so proud of myself. I was like, I'm in here before 2:20. I'm gonna go run out and grab my water real quick.
We've extended because with Trista coming on the stream, we didn't mean to. It just winds up going longer because she gets to talking and she just tweeted. She really likes coming on the show, so we just kind of hang out, talk, have fun, and then we got to 13 and it was like and we did this last week. Let's just roll. We'll roll right into Kyle. We'll break. We'll just have to take a couple of quick breaks here before James comes in. So we'll do what we did last week, Jesse, with the 58, 20, and 28. So I hate being in commercial at the top of the hour, but it's not like there's anything else to listen to, so it's fine.
It's a holiday book. It doesn't count.
No, we try to win. We try to win them all.
Oh, of course.
We try to win them all.
No, but seriously, do you guys think De'Aaron Fox gets traded this year?
No, not at all.
No.
Like, I'll put it to you like this: if he, not that we don't want him here, nothing like that, but if he gets traded, we'll be really happy with what comes back. Like it'd be like, yo, you got Jaylen Brown, or you got Dame Lillard, or something like that.
Yeah.
You're not in on Demonis Sabonis?
Oh, for sure, but I don't know that I would do it for De'Aaron though.
No.
Like I'd feel like it would only make sense if you could move other pieces and get Sabonis here. I don't feel like Sabonis is like, all of us, hey, you're the franchise guy. I don't think we do that.
Yeah. That's
I'm
fair.
glad I didn't go to the game last week because Kyle was there, man. I was supposed to go on
I was in the building and feeling myself.
Yes, I've heard you do that.
Great, Max.
Yeah, I've heard you do that. We'll miss you tomorrow. Speaking of, we'll miss you tomorrow.
What's happening tomorrow?
I invited you to the house tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
Our holiday party is tomorrow, and you lied to me and said you were doing something. It's like, no, it's fine.
I am doing something. I'm going to the city.
I know, that's what you told me.
Yeah. Sorry, man.
Oh, it's fine.
I'll miss you too.
We'll play Mac Dre for you though.
Hey,
thank you.
No one will move to Mac Dre the way that you do, but we'll play it.
Well, I mean, come on. All right, Joe.
Oh,
all right, man.
Nice talk about it. We got into it yesterday. We said Golden One Center is so much better than Chase Center. Do you agree?
I've not been to Chase yet,
Really?
so yes, I agree. But until I've been to Chase, I can't comment. But Golden One Center is fantastic.
Yeah. Chase
is a great spot. I had some Mexican food across the way first, and then went over there and stood up at the Sierra Nevada deck for a while.
No, it's lit up there.
Yeah,
dude, it was great. I had a good time.
Good
and
stuff.
I got to see Terrence Davis go off. So
let's go.
I mean, that's worth the price of admission right there.
And Marvin Bagley with the double. I mean, you're not gonna not want to be in the building for that historic moment.
Historic moment.
That was great. All right, guys. I'm gonna bounce.
Thanks, buddy.
Let it pass.
Kyle Matson.
Polanco Cantina. Still haven't been there. Gotta get there.
Oh, that's the spot. I was like, what's the spot across the street? Oh, okay. People love that spot, don't they?
Yeah, it's I hear the same thing. I've never been there. The vibe looks dope though.
Mm-hmm.
Like, a real nice vibe.
Kyle wouldn't do that, but that's funny.
Why do I say Polanco Cantina like Santino Morella? Santino had a little run. Like he was pretty funny for about.
Y'all are so thirsty. Y'all are so thirsty.
Gosh.
She did hit me though. Like, all right, I hit her. Like she tweeted she really likes coming on this show, man. So that's awesome.
Yeah,
we might be doing these long stretches more regularly on Friday.
Yeah, and she knows her stuff too. Like,
oh yeah,
good combo.
Oh, here we go, Casey. Sorry. It's a 49ers Friday, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. Chat House acting like it's a Friday, boy. That's what I'm telling you. Real talk. We got James Ham coming up here in a few minutes. This is what happened last Friday. This might be my new favorite stretch. I mean, Friday's already the best day.
Yeah.
But we go from Trista right to Kyle, come back, chat for a minute into James. Yeah. Man, I know it's not always going to work out like that, but like, man, this 2-hour stretch with D'Lo and KC on a Friday, boy, is something.
It be popping, man. You can't miss it on a Friday. You cannot miss it on a Friday.
I love those two. I love Trista. I don't tell Kyle I love him, but I love those two. That's fun stuff. I know. I just don't tell him. Goes to his head and all those towards different things. But anything else before we get to James will fill us in on everything that went on with Alvin Gentry's pregame call here as James was tweeting out some lines from Alvin Gentry. Mm-hmm. That's where the Buddy Hield line came from. To be fair, what the actual quote was, I'm not worried about Buddy's shooting. He'll be just fine. Mm-hmm. I added the part, I'm just not going to play him. That was me. That was not Alvin Gentry that said that. I would have loved if Alvin was the one that said that, but 28.2% from the field, 15.2% from three.
Come on, man.
Those are Buddy's numbers over the last 6 games.
Wow.
And to be fair, I'm not the biggest Buddy Hield fan. I don't think that's breaking news to anybody. That's similar to the Woj tweets from earlier. I don't think he's going to continue at this
play. His style of play. You don't. When you say you're not the biggest Buddy Hield fan, it has nothing to do with him, the person. It's just
I don't know him as a person. I'm talking about him. I'm talking about Buddy Hield, the player.
But you know, I got to clarify that for my guy because people come on here, and get it. Oh, we all know you don't like.
No,
you just don't like the way.
And I don't think he fits here. And maybe there's a team where he does fit. Maybe there's a coach that can maximize him. Like I laugh at all of this. But Laker fans really want Buddy Hield. I know you tweeted last night. The Lakers. Someone tweeted the Lakers need to make a trade. You quote tweeted, "You want Buddy?" I'm not of the like. Everyone thinks everything for the Lakers would have been different if Buddy Hield was there. Really? Think about that for a second. That's the state in which the Los Angeles Lakers are. We messed up this offseason by getting a guy who is a first ballot Hall of Famer and not getting Buddy Hield. That's the state of the Los Angeles Lakers right now.
That's ugly right now. I didn't say it. Perk said they're trash.
He did say they're trash.
Yeah. So
that was my cue to play it, which I don't have pulled up anymore. So that's my bad. I closed it earlier. I didn't think I was going to use it again.
But yeah, Buddy, much like I'm going to keep the same energy. Right? Even though I said Terrence Davis is better than Buddy Hield. I said repeatedly, Terrence Davis may not be a damn Dale Ellis, but he's not one of 22. And Buddy Hield may not be Steph Curry, but he's not 15% from three bad. Like he's going to shoot the ball a little better.
They're going to hold out, by the way. You mentioned Steph Curry. It looks like the Warriors are going to I don't know if it's official or it's they're considering keeping Steph out of the Indiana game with hopes that he'll break the 3-point record at Madison Square Garden.
So they have a back-to-back Sixers then Pacers. Is that how that goes?
Oh, I don't know if it's I don't know if it's back-to-back. Is that what it is?
Or is that their game after?
I just figured it was the game after.
He's playing the Sixers game, right?
I would think so.
Yeah. They play the Sixers on Saturday.
Yeah, I think the idea is he's not going to hit 10 threes against the Sixers.
Are we sure?
Well, when we thought he was going to hit 16 the other night. So, yeah, perhaps, I mean, again, very capable. He's very, very capable. I don't know why it's taken me 45 minutes to pull up the schedule. Hey, remember the thing you said about Perkins? Well, I got it.
In the country, they burn their trash, and it stinks when they burn it. I mean, hot garbage. That's who the Lakers are right now. And look, I'm tired. I'm tired of coming on television, whether it's First Take, whether it's NBA Today, and I'm tired of talking about the Lakers. You know why? Because they don't deserve to be talked about. Because they are not good right now. They haven't earned the right to be talked about. I don't care if they lose or win or whatever the case may be. They are trash. And there's other teams right now like the Sacramento Kings, who I would rather talk about than the Los Angeles Lakers, who has been playing phenomenal basketball since firing Luke Walton.
Damn right. Perk, you ever want to talk about the Sacramento Kings, you come right over here to D-Lo and K. Return to Brothers Text. Come over here to D-Lo and K.
Pull up, Kendrick. Also, that reminded me, David Jackson, I think David J, they caught during, and did you catch this? I had a Moses Moody moment.
Oh, my.
Field during
Sudfield. What is it? No, that's fine. I had a Bart Scott moment yesterday with Brendan Nunez where I completely got lost at the end of a question and couldn't get the actual question out. It happens. Like if you talk enough for a living, you're going to take an L. And it's just Perk takes really public, very, very funny L's. That's the difference. He takes very funny and very, very public L's. I just couldn't ask a question worth anything.
It bees like that sometimes.
It does, man.
So is there anything else going on? No. I mean, a heavy slate outside of the Kings. I mean, Kings are going to play early, so we get to see what I think is a pretty interesting game tonight. Suns Celtics. That's the ESPN game, so get to check that out. Let me ask you a question, and I'm not even joking. I mean, this is no disrespect. Like, I'm not trying to do that. Are you an Army Navy guy?
No.
I have no interest.
No,
I kind of can't stand that it's always.
I understand. Yeah, but I don't know that that's for, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know that that's for like
sports.
Yeah, like I think that's for the people, the respective groups. I don't know. I don't know. Or maybe hey, my grandpa was in the Army, or my dad was in the Navy, or whatever. You know what I mean? You align yourself somewhere. Maybe that's how it means. But I don't. Yeah, I don't have that. I don't have that at all.
Obviously, I get the Army Navy aspect. I just don't get the football game. Like, why?
Well, it's football, and it's because I think it's the only time. And I certainly don't know. I didn't do the military, but I think it's the only time they compete. So it's like a armed services bragging right. Everybody wants to brag. Like, I don't know, why not?
Well, they play Air Force.
You're as competitive as the person is that it exists. Like, I think you'd love this. When's the Bloods Crips football game? When are we doing that one? Like Kenny wants to lay some money on the Bloods and Crips basketball football game.
Yeah, that's a great point. And PPE says it. Maybe this happens every year, but it's always take the under.
Yeah. I trust Poker Pro on gambling. He says take the under, take the under.
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's
not for me, but I
to play it. I'm just
I get it.
I don't ever watch it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I get why people love it. It's not. I don't have allegiances. Like, you want to have some sort of rooting interest in anything that you're watching, right? I mean, except I think the difference for basketball. I just love watching basketball. Whether I don't have to have a rooting interest.
Now, Army Navy basketball game. I think maybe I'll be in on that. They actually play the game. I don't know whatever happens. They don't treat it the same way as they do the football game. But yeah, I'll watch Army Navy basketball.
Okay. Well, I hope you'll watch or listen to 1320 Kings insider James Ham. He's going to join us next. We're going to get you ready for the Sacramento Kings and the Charlotte Hornets. That game is coming up at 4:00. No need for you to go anywhere. We've got your pre-game coverage beginning next here with D'Lo, KC, and James Ham, Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Did I go too early or go too late? Was that early? Okay. Hammer.
What's happening?
How you doing, buddy?
Good.
KC, you good? You need to get up?
Yeah, let me slide real quick.
Okay. Alex Lynn, huh? I wondered just for the briefest of seconds if it would be Marvin.
Yeah, I mean, they just don't have any bigs at all. So I do think it's a little bit strange. But
you talking about Charlotte?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, what are they going to start? Like Kai Jones?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, Damian Jones probably would be a better matchup. But then again, how about you play to your own strengths and not someone else's?
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's probably what he's doing. But yeah, we'll have to see.
Yeah,
I'm not spitting ham bars. Come on now.
Oh man, we need James Ham rapping like the Foo Fighters.
Yeah, I don't know.
Do you talked fan? Do you have a favorite football team?
Yeah, I'm a Niners fan.
Oh, you are a Niners fan. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
My second adopted team is the Chiefs, because we've had Mahomes in our keeper league for 4 years. So, Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
I knew you knew a lot about him. I feel like you know a lot about everything that you talk about. I just didn't know if you had like a fan.
Yeah.
Or were a fan.
No, definitely the Niners. I mean, I have a wall in my bar of Niner stuff. So Randall Cunningham, I believe, was my first quarterback I ever drafted in fantasy. So he has a picture up there on the wall. Jim Kelly, Dan Marino, Joe, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Drew
All those
Brees.
are autographed?
No.
Oh.
No, I have an autographed Steve Young ball sitting over here on the wall. So, yeah, he was doing a commercial at UC Berkeley one day with Tony Gonzalez while my wife went to Cal. So I brought a ball over and he signed it. When I was a kid, I would go to Rockland and sign autograph. We get autographs signed all the time. Like, I met Jerry Rice right after his rookie season. Me and my dad and my brother bumped into him. He had parked in a really odd spot, like way out off in the middle of nowhere and we met him. But I used to like sit on the fence and like hand my notebook up and over the top. I know one time Bill Ring, I don't know if that's too old for you, but he was too short. And so we both had to climb the fence to hand my book over for him to sign. Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome.
Is James's wife a lawyer? Yes. Yes, Poker Pro Eric.
Poker Pro. Here. I'll close it out. Do you have expectations for the Kings road trip? Yes, 3-0 gets 19%. Yes, 2-1 gets 35%. And Child Please gets 46%.
Yeah, it's probably the best.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the one.
That's where I would go.
Yeah.
Child Please. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the correct answer. That was the correct answer for sure. By the way, if you're watching, we're going to come back right here any second, but hit the thumbs up, please. There's well over 200 in YouTube, or 208 in YouTube. Could y'all hit the thumbs up? If every person hits the thumbs up, y'all voted. Y'all got to hit the thumbs up too, man. Get us to 200. You could do it. We only need 70. We appreciate you guys.
Do it.
All right, guys, we're coming. We're coming back. Back here on this 49ers Friday, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. But we're getting you ready for Kings basketball. Of course, tip off at 4 o'clock. And we've got your pregame coverage right here with 1320 Kings Insider James Ham. We had the poll over on youtube.com/ESPN 1320. Do you have expectations for this Kings road trip? 19% said yes, 3-0. 35% said yes, 2-1. And 46% said child please. So we will close that poll there, and James unofficially cast his vote for child please. Would anything over this 3-game stretch from the Sacramento Kings surprise you?
Absolutely not. I mean, if anything would surprise you, then you haven't been paying attention. They're playing better. I mean, they're 5-3 over the last 8 under Gentry. But you know, you're going up against kind of 3 very, very odd teams. I mean, you have no idea what Charlotte's going to look like tonight. They're missing 6 players, it sounds like. And most of those 6 are like rotational. I think all 6 are rotational unless Ish Smith is out of the rotation. But
I don't think that he is.
Teams. He's in the rotation?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. I haven't really looked up a lot of their stats. I just know, I mean, they still have Gordon Hayward. They still have Kelly Oubre. They still have Miles Bridges. They're a deep team. So, but I don't know who's going to run the point or anything else. I mean, Rozier's out, Ball's out. Ish Smith is out. So, I mean, it's a mess. Even PJ Washington is doubtful with a non-COVID related illness. So I think the key for the Kings is that they play their game. We're starting to see that. We're starting to see that be more of something that Alvin Gentry is saying, like, look, we need to make other teams adjust to us, not the other way around. And if you do that, knowing that the team that you're playing is missing 6 of their regulars, you should be able to run them off the court. And I know that, you know, like they have NBA talent, so that's not a problem. But, you know, they might have to play Kai Jones. They might have to play James Bouknight, you know, guys that you can stop. You just have to, you know, play your game and be accountable to each other and stuff like that. Now, when you get to the Cavs game, that's just a crazy team. I mean, they're starting like 3 7-footers. So, and there's a lot of length, a lot of wild, crazy depth there. Plus, they have a defensive stopper. You know, they've got a young point guard who's playing really well. I don't know that I love the construction of that team, but they've played really well this season. And then Toronto, you know, thumped the Kings, so the Kings should have their number and should be looking to step up and beat them. But then again, Sac's gonna have to play without Richaun Holmes. We don't know if Mo Harkless will play yet, although he should be cleared to play. So I think there's, you know, if the Kings finish 2-1 on the trip, that would be glorious. But I'm not making any more bets about them going 3-1 or 4-0 on a trip. They just have proven that they're not ready for that responsibility.
Right.
Real quick, Casey, was Mo cleared to play the other night?
Yeah, he was cleared to play, but they also Gentry said, like, look, if we didn't need him, we weren't going to play him.
Okay.
So if they would have needed him and really needed to hunker down late in the game, they could have turned to him. But because of the breaks in the schedule, they knew if they didn't play him that night, that'd give him another Wednesday and Thursday, another 2 days before they go on the road on Friday. So just trying to get him as much of a break as possible. I mean, it's a sore knee. So at his age, 27, 28, that shouldn't be a huge concern, but it is something that could linger long term and something you want to try to heal up as much as possible before you start running him out there against teams that you should beat.
Yeah. James, you mentioned Alvin Gentry talking about, them playing their way and doing what they want to do. I ask you, what is their way? I don't even know. I don't know what that is. Like, what are they trying to lean on?
Run. I mean, I think we're going back to what it was with Dave Yeager, but you just have better players. And so I think that's the plan. You got smarter, stronger, more mature players this time around. And so they're looking to get the pace all the way up, probably around 101, 102, 103, if they can get that high. Right now, they're a little bit over 100. I think 100.7 is their pace. And they want that to skyrocket. He wants as close to 100 shots per game as possible. But, what you can't do is you can't just run and not play defense, which is something that, we saw the other night. Yeah.
That's what I feel was going to happen. Like, I feel like they're going to sacrifice defense to try and get these shots up. And
yeah, I think if you look at the Orlando game specifically, though, Orlando did hit a lot of shots. Like, they don't typically shoot that well from long range. Cole Anthony was, I thought, really, really good. But the rest of that team just is kind of blah, like they put up numbers, but, Mo Bamba's stats look great at the end of the night, but I don't even remember him being on the floor except for the poke in the eye to Richaun Holmes. A lot of their players were putting up stats, but like you could tell it was in a losing effort. And so when teams do hit shots like that, it does kind of skew the defensive effort either way. I don't think the Kings played great defense, but I also think that, for a team that's not great offensively, they were about as good as they've been all year as far as Orlando. And so, sometimes you do run up against like a team hitting shots.
I'm looking at my my Kings Beat newsletter. Like, it looks like the Kings Beat podcast dropped here during D'Lo and KC today, and I'm noticing something down here at the 32-minute mark, because if you're not a subscriber to the Kings Beat podcast, you're really missing out on this. If you're not a subscriber to the Kings Beat newsletter, you're missing out on getting a notification when the podcast comes up and a nice little track list of what Kings of what Sean and James talked about. And Casey, I'm noticing something down here at the 32-minute mark. Lakers game, a defining moment for the Kings? Question mark. Casey had brought that up earlier this week. We like to point, Kendrick Perkins today pointed to the coaching change with Luke Walton and Alvin Gentry. Kenny earlier this week pointed to the Lakers game and how humiliating that was. Do you see that moment as potentially being a defining moment for the Kings?
Well, I think it's a defining moment for this segment of the season. Like, you hope that it can continue and that this is who they want to be and who they're going to strive to be, a team that holds each other accountable, that has these hard conversations and tells somebody, hey, look, like, we're not going to allow you as your teammates to do that to us anymore, to put us in bad situations, and for, specific individuals to potentially lose games for them. I think that is a moment that this team needed desperately, but it only lasts as long as it lasts. And I know that sounds, like a cliche of some sort, but the season, it's filled with ebbs and flows, and you're going to have good times and you're going to have bad times. And this one specifically, I don't know that if you're a NBA player and you hear someone else take over your gym and take ownership of your gym, that feels good. And it's something that you should remember every single time you walk out on the floor. And you need, I think specifically this team, where they won the last 2 games at home, I think, to go to 5-8 now. They were 3-8. Like, they've embarrassed themselves on their home floor, and they've embarrassed their fan base. And their fan base has responded by not showing up, which is how a fan base, it's basically the only way you have to make political change is to vote. And that's what the fans are doing. They're basically showing you that the only way to win us back is to win games, to show more heart, and to play harder. And as of right now, it's going to take a while to rebuild some of that, but it's such a low point. And for them to have meetings afterwards and come out and play the way that they have afterwards, that shows me that they did take things to heart. But again, how many times do we need to do this? Nothing ever seems to stick for all that long. And so you're hoping that it lasts as long as possible.
One of the guys that, I guess, from that game, I've seen, to me, just looking with my eye, that's kind of changed and maybe took things to heart and turn it up a notch, is Tyrese Haliburton. And if you look back, in my opinion, with the way he played in the first Clippers game, really stood out. Second one, he played well. Yeah, he played well. That one doesn't stick out as much as the first Clippers game and what he was on Wednesday. And it seems like he is taking the responsibility to be like, all right, nobody else going to step up and bring the energy and bring the intensity, then I'll do it. And it's really jumped out night in and night out these last few games. So do you think that he was one of the guys that just had enough of everything that was going on and is bringing it on the court and being that type of leader that this team has been looking for a little bit?
I hope so. But I'll tell you this, it was 2 weeks earlier when Luke Walton said that he wanted Haliburton to imprint on this team. He wanted his vibe all over this team. So where was it then? And, again, he's a young player. So I think before the last 3 games, he was on a streak and had he had failed to score in double figures in like 6 out of 8 games. Like, that's not acceptable. And I know he is such a good young man and such like a bright spot and a good young player. Well, that still hurts the team. If you don't want to shoot, if you don't take responsibility as a shooter and be more aggressive, that's almost as bad as Buddy Hield chucking up shots when he's not hitting any. Yeah. It's just his own version of not being accountable, really. And so I hope that Haliburton is taking on more of a role. I know that the Kings want him to take on more of a role. But again, it's not Alvin Gentry that wanted that. That was something that everyone has wanted from this franchise. So I think it's good that, each of these individual guys are stepping forward. But I think De'Aaron Fox has played much, much better over the last few games. I think Terrence Davis in his last 6 games is averaging like 16.5 points. He's shooting 48% from the field. He's shooting 37% from 3. And at the same time, you got Buddy Hield, who's averaging 10 points a game, and that's with a 25-point game in his last 6. But he's shooting 28% from the field. He's shooting 15% from 3, and he just keeps chucking almost 8 attempts a game. So, I would like to say that they've fixed everything, but they still have a bunch of, issues to deal with here. And one of those games, I think it was the Lakers game, right, where Fox had 7 turnovers. Since that game, I think he's turned the ball over once. Like, there are ways that you can be accountable that are different. And so I think that, each player takes it to heart, just like each player has a different personality and deals with things differently. I think that we're seeing the outcome of that meeting was Haliburton's going to shoot more, and Fox is going to be more careful with the ball, but he's going to attack more. And Terrence Davis is going to be way more aggressive. And those are the things we're seeing come out of that meeting. Now, again, how long does it last? And do they ride that streak for a long? I mean, it can become who you are. I'm not saying it can't, but I'm not saying that's who they are yet, because I've been around too long to get sold on that whole bill of sale.
Are they? You talk to them a lot more than we do. Are they gaining confidence? It sounds like they are. Listening to, we keep playing this clip because it's just funny to us. Tyrese Haliburton the other night.
Yeah, for sure. You know what time it is. It's winning time, man. I feel like
he sounds confident, like he's talking with an edge to him. We have a couple of clips from him there. His interaction with Brendan Nunez again that they had the other day. Like it sounds like they're gaining a little bit of confidence, or at least Tyrese is.
Yeah, I think they are. I mean, they're trying to find their swagger again, right? When you get thumped, and it wasn't just once, they've just got the pair of beats there where, it was Memphis and then the Lakers. Like, I think they did lose their confidence. They also, none of them wanted Luke Walton fired, from what I can tell. I mean, maybe there's someone in there that wanted Luke Walton fired. Maybe we've seen like a random comment from Marvin Bagley where he's just praising how Alvin Gentry has handled them. But even then, up until this season, Luke Walton had started Marvin Bagley in all but like 2 games that he was ever healthy. So it's not like he didn't get an opportunity under Luke Walton. It was just this season when things spun out. So yeah, I mean, confidence is a funny thing. And I hope that they are starting to find that, because if they do, it could mean a 3-0 road trip. It could mean, this homestand coming up, they could make major, major headway. And who knows where they could end up, because the West is in such disarray right now. And so I hope they found their confidence. I hope that each game they're building on something. And, we heard it early in the season, they're stacking days. I hope they're back to that. I hope they are back to like stacking, trying to get better each and every day, because this team does have potential. And then it's up to Monty McNair to go out and find somebody that completes his puzzle and makes them even that much better. And so I think there's a lot that can happen between now and even like Monday or Tuesday, just the weekend, when it comes to wins and losses and confidence and guys that step up or don't. It's just, that's kind of the nature of this team.
And you're right about that, James, because that's the gift and the curse, right? When things are going well, they're as confident and they feel as good about themselves as any team in the league. But the second one thing goes bad, they just fold like a deck of cards. Like they crumble. And I would hope they kind of got that out of their system and they find a way to keep, well, Damian said it before earlier in the week, they come off as front runners. And I kind of hope they get away from that. And there's a level of confidence as a team and as a group and toughness that we see from somebody like a Memphis, where it's like, it doesn't matter who goes down, what adversity we see, we're going to just keep trucking. We're going to keep doing. If our identity is the run, then, well, damn it, even if we don't have Fox or Haliburton or Holmes or whatever, we're going to keep running. You're getting that. And I'm hoping that they're establishing that right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's always going to be the question. I mean, this is a team, where they're playing Charlotte tonight, right? Did they set a franchise record for 3-point makes with like 22 and dropped 140 on Charlotte, beat them by 30, and then came back 2 days later on their home floor and just got destroyed? Like there has to be some sort of consistency. And we hear, that's like the other, but we hear pace and we hear consistency. And we've heard consistency all season. Pace is, it harkens back to the Michael Malone era where pace was like the only word that he was allowed to say. But when we really look at like consistency is such a horrible thing for this team. And it's not consistency from one game to the next. It's consistency from one quarter to the next, from one play to the next, from one rotation to the next. That's where like Alvin Gentry still doesn't know how to write in a lineup and say who's going to do what. He's searching each and every night. And I think the biggest difference I've seen between him and Luke is that he's willing to go like 11 or 12 deep to try to find that other voice, that other spark. Then again, Luke didn't have any injuries to deal with. So, without Harrison Barnes, without Mo Harkless, without Richaun Holmes, some of these games that Alvin's had to coach already, he does have to go deeper just because he's losing, big minute players and need to fill in those spots with multiple players. But at the same time, like, I just feel like things right now, they feel different. They feel different from what Alvin is preaching versus what we've seen in the past.
You mentioned his name a few minutes ago, things being different. Alvin searching. Terrence Davis. Is there something in particular that you can, like, what do you notice when you're watching Terrence Davis play, now versus, the struggle that he seemed to be going through at the start of the season?
Yeah, we saw it last year. The second he hits his first shot, he's money. And when he misses his first shot, it's usually just brick city. And that's the way it was for like the early part of his stint with Sacramento. Once Haliburton and Fox went down, I thought he was exceptional down the stretch. I mean, this is a player we were seeing last year, 16.5 points. And then he quietly starts to build the other stats up. You can see it happening already with rebounds. But he's a better passer. He's just a better creator, whether it's for himself or others, but a better creator than a lot of the other options that this team has. So I think number one, he just got a longer shot to start seeing the shot, especially his 3-pointer go down. And once he starts to gain some confidence, he's a crazy, streaky, confident player. And so I like what he brings. He does turn the ball over. He is overly aggressive on defense sometimes and plays himself out of position. We talked about it, the old windshield wiper defense. He flies by and he flies by again. You're like, man, how many times is he going to miss on the same exact possession? But then he has those moments where he's attacking the rim and he's so aggressive, or he's attacking the rim and drops it off for a big man who's dunking, or he starts hitting his threes and then it's game on, because once he starts hitting, he's as good as any shooter in the league. So I think the biggest thing with when it comes to Terrence is the Kings saw him in training camp and they said, like, to a man, they're like, man, he was magnificent. He was so good in training camp and we had such high expectations. And then just the wind got knocked out of his sails so early in the season and he just wasn't able to recapture it. So I think given more time, having a coach really just say, look, this is your job, go ahead and do it, is big for him. I think before he's on the 6-game run here, he had sat out like 6 of the last 8 games before that as just a healthy scratch. So yeah, he's just getting a shot, and like, good for him. He's taking advantage of the opportunity, and I would probably leave him at the starting small forward spot until I had to take him out of there because he was doing something that was too egregious. As of right now, you're winning and you're playing well, and he plays the style that you want and physicality and the force and toughness that you want. Give him a run, see how it goes.
Yeah. James, I've been critical of De'Aaron Fox earlier in the year when he was struggling, leadership, all this other stuff. He's played well as of late, last 10, 12 games or so. Like I'd even say since the Oklahoma City debacle, when I said he, quote, ain't it, he's played pretty well since then. But on Wednesday night, I felt in the third quarter, the Magic come out in the third quarter, have like a 7-0 run, take the lead by like 5 or something. I'm like, nah, come on, man. We're not doing this. I was in one room of the house. I go downstairs. By the time I turn the game on downstairs, it's a 7-point game. De'Aaron Fox has hit like 6 to 8 points in the quarter. And I just got a feeling that De'Aaron specifically said, we're not doing this tonight. He said, we're not doing this tonight. I'm going to attack the basket. I'm going to do what I have to do, but we're not doing this tonight. And that was refreshing to see. I love to see that. And these are the things that I talk about when I talk about leadership. It's not necessarily about yelling at somebody. It's not necessarily about making all your shots, but it's about knowing the time to say, I know win or lose, we're not going down this way tonight. And I saw that on Wednesday, and it feels like we've kind of seen that maybe since that Lakers game. Have you seen somewhat of a shift in De'Aaron and his approach to these games as of late?
Yeah, I think so. I think even more than what he scored 33 the other night.
Mm-hmm.
I think even more than that was the game before against Paul George, where they said, "Hey, we need you to go defend Paul George," and he goes, "I got this." And he was so impressive. I mean, Paul George went 5 of 21 from the field. Like that's the best player on the Clippers. It's the only shot they have of winning is Paul George running you over. And De'Aaron Fox said, "I got it," and he took it on. So I think that like those are moments that he needs to keep having. You know, if he has a step back, you know, sort of a stumble, that he needs to come out and just and play right through it. Like, don't let it become more than one game. And so I like what we're starting to see from him. I mean, people forget again, this is a guy that for like a month of the season last year averaged like 30 and 8. Like he can do this. He is a very, very good basketball player. He just got off to a rough start, and it's possible that more rough times are coming. But for right now, he's doing the work to get through it. He wants to get better. He wants to be in Sacramento. These are things that like you can see. He says, you know, his coaches will tell you that he's in the gym fighting to get through whatever it is. And at the end of the day, like I'm not going to bet against him. I've talked to too many coaches that have worked with him, and they just, you know, I remember talking to Dwayne Tickner, and he said, "Hey, De'Aaron, I need to work with you," because he had 7 turnovers in a game. I think it was his rookie season, second season. And he goes, "What do you want to talk to me?" He goes, "Well, I want to go through the turnovers with you." And he had his iPad out, and he goes, "Yeah, okay. Which one?" He started talking. He's like, "Well," and then he just lists his 7 turnovers. Fox just lists all 7 of them and the mistakes he made and why he shouldn't do those things again. He knew exactly every single one of the mistakes he made and how to fix it and why it happened, and whether it was a bad read or he didn't cut tight enough on a screen and left the ball exposed. He knew every single one of them. And so he's not a stupid player. He's a player that will fight through any of these things because that's who he is and what he wants to be. He wants to be great. And so I've said it all season. I wouldn't trade him, and I haven't lost faith in him. He's a guy that, you know, I know enough about him to know that he'll fight to get through it because he wants it all.
I love Dwayne. Dwayne was awesome.
Yeah, Tick.
Well, yeah, he was fantastic. We'll step out. We'll come back. We'll talk more with 1320 Kings insider James Ham as we get ready for the Kings and the Hornets coming up at 4:00. So there's much more ahead here on this 49ers Friday, even though we're talking Kings basketball. It's brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil here on ESPN 1320. I'll be right back, guys.
Yep.
Sweet.
Jay Hardaway down in Atlanta. What's going on? James, what's your favorite city in America to visit?
New York. No question.
There's nothing like New York City.
There's nothing. No. And actually, to be honest with you, I think it's my favorite city in the world. Like I've been to Chicago. Like I've been to most major U.S. cities, but I've also been to Paris like 5 times and Barcelona, and I've been to Rome and twice, maybe 3 times. I've been, I've been to Prague, the Czech Republic. I've been to Munich. Yeah. So like I've been to a lot of like what are considered world-class cities, and New York to me is just, it's a different beast. Again, like 3 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning, you're just out on the street and there's still thousands of people. The city is just still alive, and they're not partying.
Right.
It's just thousands of people doing their thing, you know?
Right.
So, and I also think that it's one of the rare places in life where it doesn't matter where you're at in life, it's got something for you. So like, I think it's great for Like my one son went on his 8th grade trip when he was in 8th grade, and my other one will go on his 8th grade trip this year, where they go to like Washington D.C. and New York City. Mm-hmm. But you can do that where you can go to the Natural History Museum and all that stuff. But the clothing district's incredible. If you just want to go and unwind, Central Park's so incredible. But the food scene is the greatest in the world. And then if you're a sports fan, they have just amazing venues to go catch sports. So
music,
yeah, just really cool stuff.
All this other stuff. Yeah, I'm a huge New York. I've always loved New York City. I tell my son all the time, I think 2 things that I love, like when I go to different places, is just a weird quirk about me or whatever, is I love skylines and I love stadiums and arenas. Like I just, if the place has a stadium, like a, major league arena or stadium, like I got to go see it. You know what I mean? Even if there's no game, like I just got to drive around it or something like that.
Wrigley, dude, if you ever go to Chicago, the Wrigley tour is the best thing ever.
Man, I haven't been to Chicago yet. That's like one of the places in the country I haven't been yet. I got to get to Chicago.
$30, and they take you through the entire place. You get to walk on the field. You get to check out the ivy. You get to stand in the dugout. You get to go in the press box, like right next to where Harry Carey did all of the games. Like that is a trip. Actually, Chicago's really good for tours. Like New Orleans is cool. I really like New Orleans. The food is incredible.
I love me some New Orleans.
Yeah, I've got Final Four tickets. So
that's where it's at this year.
It's in New Orleans. So yeah, it'll be the first game I've
missed. Me and him on Bourbon Street. Let's go.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, you guys can hit me up from there. I'll be there all weekend. But I'll miss a Kings game, which is
wow,
totally, which never happens. Yeah. Yeah, I've missed 2 ever.
James,
you know what I heard is a good tour is the Jerry's World Tour, the AT&T Stadium.
Oh, really?
Crazy.
Yeah, it's just so new,
Yeah,
like I like the history.
Yeah, no history there.
Yeah, Boston. I wish I would have done Fenway Park tour when I went to Boston for the Sloan Analytics Conference one year.
Fenway's cool. Didn't do a tour though. Just went.
I'd like to go see a game. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
I saw a game at Old Yankee Stadium.
Saw a game at New Yankee Stadium.
I've been in New Yankee Stadium.
Yeah, I haven't.
Vibe to it.
Hang on, guys. I'm pretty sure Jesse just said we're coming back. Getting you ready for the Kings and the Charlotte Hornets here on this 49ers Friday. Though we're talking Kings basketball. It's brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. And we got a Kings game at 4. We got Friday. We got McQueen.
Yeah,
and we are 26 minutes away from that first pour.
Am I getting a Sacramento Splash today? It's Sacramento Splash is when I went. If I'm just drinking McQueen, I'm just drinking McQueen. There ain't no name to it. Am I getting a Sacramento Splash tonight?
Oh yeah, I think so.
I think so too.
I would, so. Look, if you don't, then we're right back to where we were.
Yep.
And what does this weekend look like? Like, how bad does it go? It's just the truth of it. I mean, if you're missing 6 rotational players of your 8 or 9, and I mean, the Kings have to win.
I mean, Miles Bridges is probably going like 40, not just out of necessity. Like he has to. He's already their leading scorer. They've got to get points somewhere, and that's the part that's so. We saw Oklahoma City come back and beat this team. Like we saw the Lakers come back. Like we've seen so many things that are just like, yeah, okay, a shorthanded Charlotte Hornet. Yeah, I could see it. I could see them getting the job done against Sacramento.
They're running.
That's the maddening part about all of this.
They're running. They got 6 guys out. They might have 6 to 7 guys available.
That's a true story.
Yeah,
They might be playing someone named Vernon Carey Jr. tonight. For God's sake, I don't know.
Legend, Vernon Carey Jr.
North Carolina, right?
Duke.
Duke. Oh yeah, it is Duke. Yeah.
He's a dude at Duke, and
he's a big boy.
He is.
He's thick.
He is.
Yeah. Yeah, and Book
Night
Night,
really good. He could play.
yeah, Book Night is fun.
It's my
Like,
boy right there.
I know when him and Davion matched up at was it Cal Classic or Summer League?
Yeah, Vegas.
Yeah, man, Davion just embarrassed him. That was brutal to watch.
Yeah.
Like Book Night couldn't even dribble. He didn't even know what hit him. So that's
James
what
Bouknight has willingly added himself to the health and safety protocol list so he doesn't have to face Davion Mitchell again.
He too is having an off night.
he's like, yeah. He's like, hey guys, I was hanging around LaMelo. I'm just gonna quarantine tonight versus the Kings. I'll be back tomorrow.
That was the birth of off night in the NBA, at least, because when he stifled Book Night the way he did, that was a
moment.
Defense went viral all over Twitter.
Well, that, and I think Book Night came back the next day and scored like 30 something or so. Like his next game out, he was really, really good. Again, if you can't beat a team who's missing half of its players, then you don't deserve to have any of this accolades and the talk about potential playoffs and all that. And that's a crazy thing, right? Aren't they? They're 10th right now.
Yeah, like the playoff talk's not going away. Like it's just you mentioned this when we started talking, James. The West is it's a disaster. It's a mess. The Kings are going to be in the conversation until the very, very end of the season. No matter how bad it gets, they're going to be in the conversation because I just don't think these other teams are good enough.
No, I don't think so either. And you're watching a team like Houston, who went from having like one win in their first, I don't know what it was, like 13 or 14, to all of a sudden they've rattled off like 7 straight and they're right in it. That's what Gentry kept saying. How many teams have like 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 wins? He's like half the West. That's where they are. Yeah. And I think even right now, the Kings are 2.5 games behind like the 4 seed or 5th, maybe the 5th. And then they're like 3 games behind the 4th. Like it's that bad. And it's stunning to watch because I think it's 3 or 4 teams above them have lost. All of them are on either, they've lost one or multiple games. Jeez, I can't say multiple. There we go. Where the Kings have rattled off, 3 straight. Right. So they're one of the few teams that are actually climbing and actually playing well. And we don't even know what's going to happen in Portland. That thing is going to implode. It's absolutely like it already is. But Denver is not very good, and
Golden State, Phoenix, and Utah are about a week and a half from clinching a playoff spot.
Yeah.
And look, that's what I was telling Damien the other day. Is a lot of people are like, well, we see how it is now, but come on, in February it's not going to be like. I said no. I think it will be. I think like maybe you get a team in 4th that gets that is in a tier by themselves between Golden State and them, and then the rest of the guys. But I think from like at least 6 to 10, maybe even 11, like they're going to be bunched up all season, I think.
Yeah, I said it during preseason that the Clippers did nothing and Kawhi's out for the season. I mean, I thought they did nothing. They gave up Pat Bev. They brought in Bledsoe. That's even Steven. Memphis, I thought they made so many moves. Not one of them made them better. They may have like tweaked the talent level, but I didn't think a single one of their trades made them better. You got New Orleans, who clearly they lost all of their shooters and didn't replace them. And then someone forgot to check on Zion, and like now they're saying he weighed 330. Like no one's checking on the guy. The whole like, what in the world is happening in that situation? So like, I just looked at all of the teams around the Kings, and San Antonio is still going to hang around.
Yeah,
because they're San Antonio, and so they could have a win streak that gets them right back in it. And Minnesota is once again showing that they're not ready for anything. They're on another bender, or they're just losing nonstop. So I think it's going to be a fun chase, even if it's sort of like this is really ugly. I can't believe this is happening. I still think that they're going to have an opportunity here, and I still think that they have 1 or 2 players that are just sitting there waiting that they can trade and not really impact their game all that much. And so I think that they can go out and use their draft picks and go get a big name player to help them get, not just up to the 6 seed or the 8 seed, but actually take a big leap in this season, but also a player that can help you out for the next like 3 or 4 years and help you get into that spot where you're not just a playoff team, but you're a team that makes a playoffs, 6 to 8 years in a row, and you're building towards something.
And we're all Cavs fans tonight, right? They're in Minnesota.
Yeah, do work.
They're in Minnesota for the first night of their back-to-back, and then it'll be the Kings and the Cavs tomorrow in Cleveland.
My guy Kevin Love.
Your guy Kevin Love. What the hell is Kevin Love's role on that team over there? What is he doing?
When they go with their like jumbo lineup with like 7 bigs, which are not even allowed. He's playing on.
He's definitely playing. Yeah.
I've said this a million times. I just love his ability to get a rebound and hit an outlet pass. He's a guy that I think would make the Kings better, and I think he's a really good, smart guy to have there in Cleveland with all of their young bigs, because they have just a ton of them.
He's a 20-minute per game guy now.
Yeah, making 42, 38.
Oh my God, is it that high?
Yeah. Like, Kevin Love's max money.
Years, it's like 60 million or something.
Oh man.
Yeah, and he said, "Hey, I'm not giving you a discount to buy me out." Yeah,
I don't blame him.
I'll take my money.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I don't blame him. Plus, he's a guy that has had he's struggled with anxiety and sort of mental health. And I think that's a really good player to have around some young guys. He makes 31 this year, 28.9 next year. So yeah, he does have a declining scale.
I'm mad that you were able to do that faster than I was. Like, I was trying to pull it up, but I clicked on the wrong link. You're tweeting starting lineups. You're pulling up Kevin Love's contracts. You're talking to us, and I couldn't pull up Kevin Love's contract fast.
Yeah, I've got 2 TV shows on him I'm watching as well.
Oh, now you got the Kenny set up with TVs all over the house. I forgot.
That's you got to have the 2 TVs set up. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm a 2 TV guy for sure.
All right. I've always liked Kevin Love.
He's a great interview.
He has a different role now. So
yeah,
it's working for them. I don't know if what Cleveland is doing is sustainable for 82 games. But I've watched probably 48 minutes of two games, like start to finish, and have caught pieces of I've enjoyed it. It's interesting.
Yeah, I really like Okoro. He's just like he's a defensive stopper. I loved him coming out. I thought that's the guy that Atlanta should have drafted instead of Okongwu, and and I'm not even sure where they were in that draft. They're like right next to each other in that draft. I thought that was the guy Atlanta needed with all of their scores. Go out and get yourself a defender. But I like him. Garland is fun to watch.
Really good. Yeah.
He's really coming on, but he's also a young guy that if De'Aaron Fox does what he does to Ja, you're going to see him like really put the clamps on him and slow their offense down. And then I don't know what you do about all their bigs, but they're so long and athletic. I guess the thing is you don't take it inside, and that's going to be really tough because then you're relying on a bunch of 3-point shooting. You just got to set hard picks because they're a bunch of dudes who are light in the bottom, as Bob Thornton used to say, light in the shorts. So you push those guys around, and it's a game where I think a guy like Tristan Thompson can really like bully his way around a bunch of lightweight guys.
Yeah, and with that though, you make them guard. If they want to go with the 3 bigs out there, all right, you come out and guard Terrence Davis and Davion and Harrison Barnes out on the perimeter and bring you away, or you just give them a wide open 3, and now it becomes a 3-point shooting game, which could be the gift and the curse, right? Because we just seen the Kings hit with like 50 or 40% from 3 the other night. So yeah, you bring them outside and see if they can swim in the deep waters.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. And you're going to see that a bunch, especially Harrison Barnes probably starting at the 4. You might need to go back to Mo Harkless, but then again, maybe you don't, because I don't know. Lauri Markkanen's never going to go down and post you up and try to score over you. You got to be really solid in the pick and roll, and you got to stick with you can't let Mobley start heating up because he can. I love him. that's a guy that I would have traded a bunch of things to move up to get in that draft.
Yeah.
Do you think Richaun is back Monday?
No.
I'm a bit. So he had a procedure done on his eye.
Yeah, that's what they haven't really got into it with us, but I do know, like, they told me, hey, he's going to miss the next 2 games. And then I'm like, all right, well, once he misses the next 2, then what? And, so there's no way that a guy with an eye injury, you're going to put on a plane and fly from Sacramento to Toronto.
Yeah.
Just to play 1 game and come home. There's no way. So I think that they should have just said he's going to be out all weekend. Then again, you never know. Richaun wants to play. He's a gamer. He's been hit in the eye a bunch of times already. And I definitely could see him wearing, we've seen his mom post a picture of him with like goggles when he was a kid.
Mm-hmm.
I think we'll see him wear goggles at least for a little while here because it's been too many times and you start to get concerned. I know like Kareem wore goggles because he was hit so many times in the eyes that he developed a dryness issue where his eyes wouldn't he couldn't get moisture on his eyeballs. So that's why he because he'd been hit in the eyes and had so many like poked in the eye situation. I don't know why that he keeps getting hit. It doesn't make a lot of sense because the way he plays isn't like a back you down style. Right. It's a guy who's flying up high, and it's just weird that he keeps getting smacked.
He's getting hit in weird, like Bomba was like his hand was coming down, and like how was the one finger just pointed out like that, and like it. Oh man, when I saw the replay, like I cringed, like you saw that make contact with the eye, like and that's brutal.
The other problem too with the Bomba situation is number one, like again, I didn't think he was impactful at all, but the Kings kind of got jobbed on that because what they did is they called a foul, I think on Wendell Carter Jr. Before he got hit by Bomba. So instead of being a flagrant 1, which it should have been, it was called a technical. Which a technical is 1 shot and a flagrant 1 is 2 shots in the ball. So like the Kings should have had 2 shots for the foul, 2 shots for the flagrant, and then the ball back. I mean, that's how that should have gone, if I'm not mistaken. It should have been a really, really good possession for the Kings. And they didn't call it that way because they said he was fouled by someone else before he was fouled by Bomba, which stopped the play basically.
Well, as good as a possession can be if you're going to lose your starting center, which is essentially what that possession was.
That's true. But then again, like Tristan Thompson, this stay ready thing, I thought Tristan Thompson was excellent at that. And I don't know if you guys saw it, but Tristan Thompson was going nuts and he walked over to the bench and Alvin Gentry actually slapped his face. Like it was a good moment. Like,
was that during his I don't care rant? After
that, I don't give an F rant. Yeah. I think it was after that he came back to the bench and Alvin like walked up to him and like smacked him in the face, which I thought it was just such a like a 1988 football coach move, like
every woman across the world envious of Tristan Thompson or envious of Alvin Gentry.
Took it too. Like I saw that moment.
Oh yeah, it's just like
Tristan took it and was like, all right, I'm gonna walk to the bench now.
Yeah, he said, yeah, this has happened to me once or twice before. Yeah.
Normally it's LeBron that slaps me. This is weird. I don't understand. I don't
That's
understand.
where I was going with that. You're right, Damien.
I know you tweeted a quote from Alvin Gentry regarding Buddy Hield. I think you attached all of his statistics to it. We've seen like we saw a big drop following the Lakers games in minutes, and then like little subtle drops. Do you think Alvin's just going to continue to tighten things up with Buddy if he can't? And I'm of the belief Buddy will eventually shoot himself out of this, but I'm not 100% sure. Will Alvin keep cutting into his minutes until that starts to happen?
Yeah. I think Buddy has a problem. No, I mean, really, I do.
Want that on a shirt. I think Buddy has a problem.
Yeah, I think Buddy's problem is that the second that he started to not hit shots, Tyrese Haliburton, Terrence Davis, and Davion Mitchell started to hit shots. And when you are a team that tried a 3-guard set for a long time and realize that you're going to get dominated on the glass so bad you can't do it, then it became an issue that, well, who are you going to play, him or Davion? If Davion's hitting, even if it's 45% of his shots, if he's even at 35 or 36% from 3, which I think he is over the last week, well, he's twice the defender. So why would you even look at playing Buddy Hield? And Terrence Davis, again, creating for himself, creating for others, not just a 3-point shooter, but, oh, by the way, I'm launching and hitting all over the place. So he's providing that as well. And then I think one of the bigger keys that I've seen in the last 3 games is Haliburton is starting to back out and shoot the bomb. He's shooting the 26-footer. And that is so incredibly valuable. It opens up spacing. So we always talk about the wing spacing out wide. Well, if you can have a guy who's stretching it that way, it just gives you another way to vertically beat somebody. And so I think Haliburton shooting and hitting, he's shooting something like 48% from 3 over his last 6 games. You're seeing all of the other guys take a huge step up while Buddy Hield is totally fading. And so I get what Alvin is saying. Buddy Hield's shooting is the last of his worries, but his decision-making and his defensive rotations, they're not at the bottom of his list. I guarantee you that. And so if you've got other guys who are playing well and are providing what Buddy can do without the problems of Buddy, then you're going to play them. I mean, again, Davion
the Orlando game felt like a problem because it was the 1 minute, 1 shot, 2 minutes, 2 shots, 3 minutes, 3 shots. It felt like he came in and he was doing that thing where he's searching again.
Well, he's 0 for 7 to start, right? And almost,
but it's 0 for 7 in 7 minutes.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's who he is. That's what he does. And so that's a problem. It's totally a problem. But again, you have other guys who just, someone brought this up the other day. Davion Mitchell in 25 games this season has 26 turnovers total. I mean, that's remarkable. Buddy Hield he's got 39 in the same amount of games. So
don't even handle the ball like Davion does.
Yeah, you're looking at a guy who might have a slightly higher usage or right around. Actually, Buddy's going to have a higher usage, but you're looking at a guy who's doing good things. And so the fact that he's no longer, missing the majority of his 3-point shots and he's starting to come up as far as his percentages and stuff, that should be a scary thing for Buddy Hield because the other guys around him do other things that he just can't do.
Get with it or get lost, buddy.
Yeah.
Get with it or get benched.
Yeah. No, I mean, at a certain point, that's the way it goes. This isn't Little League.
Yeah.
And you don't get your 3 innings. This isn't Little League.
There's a DNP CD on the horizon if he can't play his way out of this.
Yeah, see, now that would be interesting because he has a clause in his contract about games played. So, yeah. I think it's 72 games played. Yeah, that dude limps out there.
Who
he
put
doesn't
all
miss
these
games.
clauses in there?
Yeah, it was the contract by Vlade. Well, I'm sure it wasn't Vlade himself. I'm sure it was someone else who came up with all these. But they wanted to say that he was going to make 94 million and not 86 million. And so there's supposed to be all of these incentives that were easily obtainable, and the easily obtainable ones get counted under the salary cap where other ones don't. And so if he's an MVP, he might get $1 million, which, again, that's not obtainable. But I know someone says Cantanella, but I think they were actually more like his agent was looking for more incentives so they could bolster,
trying to make it look sexier,
make the contract look like it was higher than it was.
Just lie to us next time.
Just do what the NFL does. Just lie.
Or just do the Richaun Holmes thing that, the 52 million. That's if he gets traded 6 times or something. Yeah.
No, I remember all of the tweets following that. No, I assure you, That is impossible. He cannot make that much money. James Ham, make sure you check out the Kings Beat. Subscribe to the Kings Beat newsletter. We're all getting out of here. We've got Kings basketball to watch. James, thank you as always. Have a tremendous weekend. It's a 49ers Friday brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. Enjoy that McQueen. Enjoy that Luke Belair. Drink responsibly. And we'll see you here Monday at noon on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Go Kings, go Niners.
Clear.
Oh, boy.
Hammer, I'm sure you got to go. You want to go get to the game? We got to hang out for a few more minutes because
I'll hang out with you guys. The game's not going to start till like 4:05. So, yeah, I'm good. I'm just moving over to a different seat in the room. So, yeah.
Are you ranch style at the Ham household?
What do you mean?
Is it single story or is it?
Oh no. My main floor, my bar is 2 steps down, so it's considered a split level, but not really. And then I have a major upstairs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I have we added 3 bedrooms, a bathroom, and a 400 square foot game room upstairs.
You added
4 years ago. Yeah, I've told you we added 1,700 square feet to the house.
You did say that. Yes, you did.
Yeah, but that's and then our front entry.
Added a room. Added a little panel. This guy added three rooms.
I added a plant.
Actually, even more than so. My bar that I'm sitting in, below it is a deck, and it's like 600 square feet of deck. I took the room directly below my bar and converted it into a bedroom. So when we ripped the roof off our garage, which had our boys' bedroom under as part of that, we were able to move the boys down below. And now it's our gym. So we have a gym down below here that's 17 by 17. So like a good size room, and it has big bay windows that overlook the lake. And
I bet it's heated.
Yeah. Well, that I have. Yeah, it's nice. The downstairs is one of the nicest rooms in the house, actually.
Well, I put those curtain rods up.
Yeah, I've done.
Can I tell you? I put up curtain rods too. That's a bitch. Curtain rods was a pain in the ass, especially the double ones. Downstairs, I have the double ones because I have the sheer with the darker ones over. Oh, please.
Nice.
Ham over here building wings, and I can't put up some freaking curtain rods without cussing.
See, someone said I'm out here flexing on everyone with my house. No, I'm proud of my house because I did so much of the work.
I'd do that too if I built it.
Yeah.
House.
Yeah, I mean, every single wall in the house has been retextured, and I've only owned it 6 years.
Also, not everything is a flex, guys. Can we just normalize talking about
this? Is a solid flex, though. Buckingham Palace.
There you go. That's awesome.
That is spectacular.
That is funny.
Oh, Kyle, you win.
That's a bar right there.
Kyle, you absolutely win. That is hilarious.
Yep.
Buckingham.
It's cool though. I like to build stuff. Even my bar itself, I built the actual bar. But I took 2 vanities out of my bathrooms that we destroyed. And then I built a lift box so I didn't have to lean over, because vanities are usually short in your bathrooms. They're not as tall as kitchen cabinets. And so I lifted them up off the ground by a foot, and then I ran wiring, and I built the bar.
Did you finish the podcast thing?
Yeah, it's still raw, like my stand. Yeah, it's still raw, but it works for where I'm at.
Okay.
Yeah, it was quick in the rain. I had to build this thing out really quick. Yeah, my bar that wasn't quick. Colored copper.
I'm dreading putting shelves on the walls behind me. I was like, do I have my leveler? I got to put it on the screen and make sure all the shelves and bottles are in the proper spot.
No lie, I be having so many tools to put them things. You would think I'm building another wing. I got a couple different drills. I got my level. Jazz comes in here. It's why do you have so many tools? Nah, you don't understand.
It's funny.
You don't need all those tools.
I was a kid with all the Lego sets, and it's funny. I went to when I was at NBC, we had like a team building day, and then they made us build Legos. Well, like I've got 2 boys. Like I've been building Legos forever. So like some people are still like pulling their stuff out of the package, and mine's sitting there in front of me all done. And then they're like, all right, we're going to team build. So you got to disassemble and build with someone else. And then we got done in like a minute, like 20, and no one else could get done like the allotted 8 minutes. And we were just sitting there, me and Alex Pavlovich, the Giants insider. So yeah, I do like Legos and everything else. So yeah, I still have a big list of honeydew stuff like you guys do. It's just mine's like, hey, I need you to hang a door in the pantry.
No, she
like,
doesn't ask me to hang a door. Yeah.
And let someone ask me to hang a door. Like, yeah, no problem. Hey, you guys hang doors there?
And then my problem is, it's even worse. I can hang the door, but I got to cut like 1.5 inches off the bottom of the door, which that's complex because then you have to cut 1.5 inches off the door frame off each side and off the door jambs, and that's just not simple.
I'm not cutting a door. Like I just
yeah. Hello, I was trying to get a quote on how to get a door.
Yeah.
That's how it goes. Here.
Yeah, you guys will come up one of these days. I'll have you guys up. We'll do.
Oh,
we can do a whole
definitely
show from here. I mean, like, yeah, we'll sit in my bar and chill. And
I'm telling you,
no, that's absolutely happening.
So we're definitely gonna do like a watch party and stream it or something like that.
Oh yeah, that would be fun. Yeah. So yeah.
Shout out George Martinez if you're watching. George, we appreciate you. Just grabbed him the Martin hoodie.
Nice. Little breaking news.
I like the hoodie. I like the hoodie.
This is out tonight against the OKC Thunder.
AD.
Yeah. It's another thing we going. I mean, Lightning won't strike 3 times, but if the Lakers were to lose, it's a team that's in the Kings fight right now.
They are. Yeah.
Josh Richardson joined the COVID-19 health and safety protocol. Like, man, that's just hitting everybody. Is 80? I think 80's out with sore pride after he was taken to the cleaners by, was it Barkley, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
That's brutal.
Yeah. Barkley got him.
All right, my friends, I'm gonna get on. I'm gonna go
get working.
Yeah,
and get working.
Maybe pour a beer and watch a basketball game. Kings against like 3 squirrels and Gordon Hayward.
Come on.
So yeah.
All right.
See how it goes,
man. Well, have fun. Thanks, James. I want to connect back and we'll end the stream here. Thank y'all. I know you want to go watch Kings basketball, man. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for making this a huge week on the stream and a huge week on the show, man. We appreciate you guys. DealingWithKC.com.
Yes, sir. Richard, and go stream that. Check it out.
Go get that at Tower Records or the Warehouse.
Go to Virgin Megastore.
Go to Sam Goody and get that joint. Good God. We'll see y'all next week.
Warehouse.